Oh, okay. I was like, are we gonna hear it? Okay, we heard it. Okay. Heard it. So
Yeah. Welcome everyone. My name's Oliver Segovia.
and I'm Jordana Valencia, and on behalf of PhilDev, Stanford's U.S. Asia Technology Management Center, and the fellows of the Philippine Artificial Intelligence Retreat, welcome to the first ever U.S. Philippines AI Summit. So let's get started.
We're here today because we think that the relationship between the US and the Philippines is one of the most consequential ones for the 21st century. We share obviously a very long history together. In my mind, my simple mental model is that history has three chapters. Chapter one, the U.S. and the Philippines fought each other in the Philippine-American War that opened the 20th century for both our countries. Chapter two, we fought together in World War II and the Cold War. And chapter three, right? The U.S. is the Philippines' biggest export partner. The PPO industry supports a lot of American businesses, and American consumer goods companies are among the biggest in the Philippines. So I think we're about to enter a fourth chapter wherein the U.S. and the Philippines will be building together. And in a way, it's not new. Back in 1994, the very first time the Philippines got connected to the internet was because of collaboration between the American and Filipino academic and engineering communities. And I think the very first person, Paco, who announced that connection is actually in the room. Somewhere here, there you go. History comes full circle. That was announced in bulletin board service, right? I think in March 1994. So that was pretty amazing. Of course, we have other examples like our financial capital, Makati, actually being built and master planned by a Stanford-educated American here too, back in the 50s. So we're pretty excited to explore those opportunities on what we can build together, right? Moving forward. Right now, there's a lot of Silicon Valley startups doing pilots in the Philippines, right? Think small nuclear reactors or space-related technology. But there's so many more problems that we can solve together. So we want to use this day to really highlight those.
And so for folks who are watching over Zoom, we hope that you leave today with some insights on how Filipino founders are using AI and also ways that they are kind of really building for the world stage. For folks who are in the room today and in the audience with us, we hope that you leave with a better understanding of the different opportunities there are for AI in the Philippines. So whether it's something to launch, maybe something to invest in, or even something to dig into a little bit deeper, maybe study a little bit more. So we hope that you get some of that out of today. And with that, let's get started. I think we have some house rules, right?
Yeah, a couple of house rules to make sure everyone has a great time today. Number one, again, please move to the center so you can get the best seats. Number two, be mindful of the fire exits. They're here on the sides and on the back. I think there's 6. Please do not sit or stand along the aisle, right? Please keep it open over here. If you guys are here in the aisles, please come in. If you want to find the restrooms, they're over here on your left. So just go out this left door here. If you do use them, please wait until each speaker or session is done so as not to distract them over here. Of course, keep your phones on silent if you need the it's Stanford Visitor. There's no password. And we request that folks keep their laptops down so we don't hear any typing sounds.
Yeah, and we'll take questions after each of the talks. So if you have something in mind, kind of keep it in your back pocket. We do ask, you can ask a question, keep it short and sweet. Aside from that, we also hope to have an environment that's very open with lots of very respectful discussion. So let's keep that in mind. We do ask folks to leave if there's some open and respectful here. And aside from that, we also do want to share that actually that's all. That's literally I was like, do we have more? That was a lot, but it's all good.
Pretty easy.
I think we're ready. Let's get into it.
Yeah. Use Dr.
Yes.
Dasher. So,
Alright.
to set the stage, we're honored to have a scholar who has spent 3 decades bridging Silicon Valley and Asia. Please welcome the director of Stanford's US Asia Technology Management Center, Dr. Richard Dasher.
Thank you, Oliver. And on behalf of the US Asia Technology Management Center, I want to welcome Distinguished Consul General Ferrer, other distinguished guests, and everyone who is interested in coming out to see this program this afternoon. We're an industry-funded research center and Stanford, and we've followed the Philippines for more than 25 years in regard to looking at the evolution of the entrepreneurship ecosystem in the Philippines, especially. What I'd like to comment briefly on today is where we are. You know, those of you who own pets know that 1 year in the life of a dog is kind of 7 years in the life of a human being. Well, especially since the of ChatGPT in November of 2023, we've had 6 months in the life of AI is like 20 years in development for IT. Very soon after kind of generative AI capitalized on ever increasingly large language models, we've seen a gradual shift where the giant companies are providing great models. And so a lot of startup companies now are that use those models. There are a number of startups and big companies that are still aiming at breakthrough improvements in accuracy and energy use and also in cost. So after about 6 months, what's happened with the focus of, I think, generative AI is it's really turned into business application, how to get real value from the AI. So there are more and more kinds of things that people are doing to create value. Then after another 6 months, really kind of late 2024, we see the advent of AI agents alongside traditional generative AI, where instead of just responding to a prompt by generating some sort of data, whether that's text or an image or computer code, now you have agents that are given tasks to fulfill, and they observe from data the patterns that essentially they become self-prompting. And they are also analyzing and generating output and doing self-assessment of their performance of the task. Right now, what I think the focus is an inflection point. Will the AI agents continue to be relatively task-specific, or become more integrated? Will they expand into what is true artificial general intelligence? This is kind of a question this afternoon. What a great time for us to take stock of how artificial intelligence has been approached in the Philippines, in the US, in joint efforts between both, and see what are, you know, the opportunities going forward for really achieving better and better view from AI that is responsible and ethical and also safe. So it's great that we have all of the different kinds of things happening today. I won't take any more time. I want to say thanks to PhilDev and to PAIR, the Philippine Artificial Intelligence Retreat, for sponsoring this program, and we're delighted to be cooperating. Looking forward to the afternoon. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dasher. Representing the Republic of the Philippines, I now would love to call on stage a career diplomat who's had so many accomplishments, Consul General Neil Frank Ferrer.
So much, Oliver. I was just intrigued by your comment earlier about the different chapters this US relation. Actually, what came to my mind is that there is a pre-chapter 1, and that is 1587. the very first time that Filipinos came to the United States. So that's like 438 years ago. For those of you who are not aware, Filipino sailors, they were part of the Spanish galleon trade that came here in the United States. So yeah, that's how long our link is with the United States, and growing over the years, and now it has evolved towards greater cooperation this time around. The innovation and for the Philippines has been a long-standing friend and ally of the United States. So it is my great honor to join you today at this landmark Philippines Artificial Intelligence Summit, a gathering that reflects our shared commitment to harnessing technology, not just for progress, but for inclusive and sustainable development. And on behalf of the Philippine Consulate General in San Francisco, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to the organizers behind this endeavor, the Philippine Artificial Intelligence Retreat, or PAIR, headed by Oliver Segovia and Jordana Valencia, and the Philippine Development Foundation, fielded by Dado and Maria Banata. Thank you, ma'am, for coming here. I also thank the support of Stanford's US Asia Technology Management Center, represented by Richard Dasher. I also laud the keynote speakers and other featured speakers for today, and the distinguished and inspiring fellows whom I had the pleasure of meeting yesterday at Philippine Consulate in San Francisco. And I thank all the other stakeholders and partners, both from the Philippines and the United States, from government agencies, academic institutions, and private sector partners, for engaging with us in this very crucial dialogue. It represents more than technological cooperation. It is a testament to the enduring people-to-people ties and the long-standing partnership between our two. Artificial intelligence is not the future. It is our present. It is transforming industries, redefining the way we work, think, and live. But while the potential of AI is vast, so too are the responsibilities that come with it. As we innovate, we must also ensure that we safeguard human dignity, protect privacy, promote inclusivity, and create opportunities, not just efficiencies. The Philippines is actively building an AI-ready ecosystem through the Department of Trade and Industry's AI Roadmap, and initiatives by the Department of Science and Technology, the Department of Information and Communication Technology, the Center for AI Research, which is currently housed at the Department of Education, together with the research and training being conducted by University of Intelligence Systems Center. We are developing the necessary infrastructure, policies, and talent to integrate AI into sectors such as manufacturing, healthcare, agriculture, and public service, among others. And we know that partnerships, especially with key stakeholders here in the United States, will be key in turning these ambitions into reality. Stanford's 2025 AI Index report underscores AI's impact on scientific research and its increasing relevance in global policy. For the Philippines, this presence is an opportunity and a diplomatic imperative. As some countries in the ASEAN region show strong optimism and are accelerating AI adoption, the Philippines must not only keep pace technologically, but also carve a leadership role in shaping ethical and inclusive AI governance. This summit will hopefully provide insight into this endeavor. Furthermore, we consider this summit as a valuable opportunity for knowledge sharing, joint innovation, and dialogue on key issues such as AI governance, digital upskilling, data ethics, and cross-border collaboration. I hope today's conversations will result in actionable outcomes, pilot projects, academic and research exchange, policy harmonization, and opportunities for Filipino startups and professionals in the AI space. Let me also stress that as we talk about AI, automation, and technological advancement, we must not lose sight of people, our workers, our farmers, students, households, and communities who will be most affected by these transformations. AI must be a tool for empowerment, not exclusion. In closing, I once again commend the organizers of this summit for creating this space for cooperation and forward thinking. Let us seize this momentum to build a leadership that is fair, human-centered, and filled with promise for all. Thank you for your attention, and mabuhay.
Very much, Kanja Neil. I want to say a few words to introduce our first fireside chat for the day. It's an honor and privilege to introduce Marcelo because if not for her pioneering work in the technology industry, many of us wouldn't be here today. I first learned of Sheila when I was a student at Harvard Business School, and her work leading Care.com, founding it and taking it public has been an inspiration to many of us entrepreneurs. So today, Sheila Lirio Marcelo is the co-founder and CEO of Ohay.ai, leveraging Gen AI to help families. And Sheila was selected as part of Forbes' 50 over 50 list and appeared on Fortune's Most Powerful Women. She's a Henry Crown Fellow with the Aspen Institute, a young global leader of the World Economic Forum, and a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. Sheila earned her BA from Holyoke College, which also conferred her an honorary of Humane Letters in 2015. She has a JD and MBA with honors from Harvard University. And in 2014, Sheila became the youngest recipient of the Harvard Business School Alumni Achievement Award. Let's all welcome Sheila for today's fireside.
Hi, Sheila. How are you? First of all, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jordana. Thank you for
I am so
honor.
excited to be here with you today and just have a few moments to just talk about all the cool and amazing things you've been working on. So thank you so much.
Excited to be here. It's hard to say no to Marie.
That's okay. Your career is so inspirational and such incredible accomplishments. I mean, Oliver talked a little bit about that, Care.com being an example of one of many. And now your latest venture, right?
Yeah.
Ohay.ai, which is an AI household assistant. So I'd love to learn more about Ohay.ai. Maybe share a little bit about the vision
Sure.
and what it is.
So probably the story first. Some of you probably know I took Care public and then ran it for about 6.5 years as a public company and then sold it at the height of the pandemic, February 2020. I did not have a crystal ball. I did not, and knew that the whole world would shut down around that. So I took a year off in sabbatical. And then I actually started building with my co-founder, a tech company. I had an opportunity to be a venture partner at NEA, which I did, but then I worked there part-time and they were asking, should I continue my career there to be a general partner? And I decided I'm still a builder. So Kevin and I got together and started building an ed tech company at the time. And we were starting to develop courses to teach both blockchain and generative AI. In fact, Beryl was an advisor to that company and continues to be. So when we were developing this course, it was actually an advanced course in agentic AI. And this was even before ChatGPT. We were already developing this intermediate course. So we had gone through prompt engineering, we'd gone through inference. And so when I saw that the agentic AI was actually completing tasks for developers as a lesson for them, I paused my entire team, Jordana, and I said, well, can this technology actually complete tasks for families? So Kevin and I, my entire team, we got very excited about it. And we interviewed 300 families immediately within the following month because it was moving so rapidly. Launched a fake website, which you tend to do. And then we tested the total addressable market and the response was so positive. And this was a thesis I actually had. Often, I described that I didn't think I was going to go back into the care space. But because I knew the problem since 2015, but the technology wasn't ready, I actually experimented with this idea of what Ohay is now, which is solving tasks and everyday coordination of life for everybody and making it accessible.
Yeah.
The technology wasn't ready. It was too expensive to build back in 2015.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I said, oh my goodness, I've got to go back in. First of all, I'm the most qualified. I'm experienced. I'm not in AI, which is why Kevin Yang, which he actually went to school here and has a master's degree in AI and undergrad here, just so talented. And so the two of us then put our team together and started building. And then just rapidly launched our alpha in August. we went, instead of staying stealth, we did our beta January 2024. We're about a year and a half in and it's going very, very well. So it's an honor to be building again to really solve family problems, a real pain for families. And then using the power of this new technology, and I'm having fun again.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Can you share with us, like, what are some of the capabilities of an AI household?
Yeah, so I mean, if you kind of can imagine, what does your assistant do for you, right? I mean, the basic hero of the product has to be the calendar. If the AI cannot move your calendar around and remove conflicts and solve different problems on your calendar, then it's not really acting like an assistant, right? So what we did is really focus on that as a hero. I want to describe that part of the product. I'd say if you download the app today, it launched in April. It's like an A-. It's seed stage still. I'd like to get the A+. So we're surrounding it with document upload. You could take a picture of anything or PDF and then whoosh, it really puts it all on your calendar pretty quickly. AI is great. It reads email. I can have Maria at ohai.ai and then it reads the emails and puts Maria's events from that email onto the calendar. We did to-dos, reminders, anything related to the calendar. We wanted to really make sure. And then we have a philosophy that it's bring your own calendar, BYOC. Because back in 2015, we looked that had its own private walled garden calendar. But when we interviewed families and we ended up not buying it at care.com, husbands didn't want to use it. Wives are like, well, okay, I use a calendar. What's the, it's never going to work for my family if dad is not adhering to the use of the calendar. So today, if mom's using Google Calendar and dad is using Outlook, we're agnostic. We don't care. We've integrated both. Super easy. We meet consumers where they're at and we deliver the experience for what they're looking for. It's now got an avatar, it's voice to text, you'll be driving in the car. So we're really talking to our consumers and making it easy. But the thing I'm most proud of is that everyone will have an assistant for $9.99 a month. Everyone will have an assistant. And that is just, I've had an assistant for 30 years. It's given me a lot of freedom for efficiency. And so for a lot of users, there's like, I don't need an assistant. Of course, when they start to use Ohai, and they're like, wait, so many things for me that I don't have to think about. So it really changes the game for a lot of people.
And it's like such a huge need, like managing like the household is a lot of work.
Yeah.
I remember, like, I'm a new parent. I was talking to my husband
How
about
old?
this.
How old?
Toddler.
No,
So
so
really
small.
small. But I remember talking to Oliver about this, and I was telling him about all the invisible work that happens, like managing a household, all that cognitive load of being able to manage calendars, like meal planning. I know, like, it's another thing as well, right? And like figuring out conflicts and how to resolve that in the calendar. So it's such a big need. And I know you mentioned a couple of cool features.
Yes.
And so I'm curious around, are there any specific features that are extra, like super exciting for you, and maybe share a bit about that?
Yeah, no, we're having a magical moment that's coming out, which is the calendar. Soon you'll be able to just sign up and then actually upload a soccer calendar and do that. The feature is there now, but what I'm really excited about this summer is all school calendars around the country. Hopefully we can deliver that on time for back to school. We're actually reimagining back to school. For many years, for 13 and a half years, that's our peak season is back to school. We're renaming it to say school year resolution, because if you're a parent, actually that every before the start of the year, you look around and your kids are like, this year we're going to be different, more organized, get ready, we're gonna, and it's actually a bigger period for families for preparation and organization than New Year's is. New Year's is often about you, but school year resolution is going to be a big one. So we just want to be really prepared for that. I mean, I'm really busy. I've been traveling a lot. I'm flying in here and I fly in a red eye tonight. So it's just been a lot of building. The one thing I was going to note and add, I often get asked, why am I doing this again? Because it's crazy, right? The hours are crazy. I just described it. It's, I think, naturally inherent in me. I am a workaholic. I've just adopted that. People who know me well. But the other thing is, I've been so driven about solving the care economy for a very long time, right? That care is the work that makes all work possible. And often I heard being public speak about this, we spend billions on infrastructure, solving potholes, right? Solving bridges and all of that. But honestly, no one gets in the car and it won't matter. You won't leave home if you don't have great care for your kids. That's also infrastructure, even before we worry about roads and bridges. Right. And so this care economy that I've been talking about for a very long time and most of my career, it's the same thing. If you think about it, Oxfam did a study in 2020, 4 hours of unpaid labor that moms work unseen at home and unpaid. That's beyond the fact that the 8 hours that we work, that there's a pay disparity. By the way, men, 2.8 hours. So there's still work there. But that unseen cognitive load, unpaid work that we do, if you can just free that up, right? That's, if we can free up 1 hour of that productivity, that's $1 trillion of GDP for a mom, a working mom. So just kind of freed up, and I'm emphasizing that the mom has to work, but allow the freedom for her to be more productive at home, have regular meals with her children, focus on nutrition because we've got Instacart integrated, and just be able to read every day to their kids and not feel like, oh my God, I gotta get back on my computer and focus on the next day, and I'm stressed about it. So it's still something that's inherent in my heart that I feel like my work isn't done.
I did remember that because I was on the app the other day.
Yeah.
And card integration is like amazing.
Yeah, we've got a whole meal planning
Yeah.
coming up. Soon we'll be integrating fast food delivery too.
Yes.
And so we'll know Tuesday night's pizza night, Thursday we can cook. And
Yeah,
so that's coming soon.
so having that grocery and then it's Instacart back straight to your home.
That's right. And it's all programmed and anticipated. So
Yeah.
the assistant anticipates the family's need and the entire household is taken into account. Allergies, preferences, all of them.
I love that. You know, you're building so much into this product, and
Yeah.
also I imagine so much more in the pipeline as well. And I imagine there's so much to consider when
Yes.
like building out a product, thinking about the features, the capabilities. So I'm really curious to hear about what are some of the lessons that, you know, that you've had in your career that have really shaped or influenced like your approach to building AI products, but
Yeah.
specifically like in the family kind of care space.
Yeah, I'd say the first, and I think, look, there's basic principles, and when you emphasize it, people are like, yeah, when you hear about it, it's like, I remember at HBS, the most important core. And leadership does matter, but it's the same product principles. We interviewed 300 families before we even launched this to test our thesis. We talk to consumers pretty much every week on a regular basis. We do constant focus groups. The beautiful thing about conversational AI, Jordana, now is I can literally see the data of how it's being used, what's the conversation that's happening. So it's getting smart around that. And then the other thing is to have the humility to test and iterate your thesis. And we've heard this before, the fast fail. I really believe it even more now.
Right.
So it's funny, we launched our alpha August of 2023, 500 families signed up, and then we decided to go national January 2024. People were like, oh my God, Joe, that's bold. But the reality is, I kind of read the situation. I think consumers, you know, there are a lot of early adopters. There were a lot of hallucinations going on in the LLM. There was going to be forgiveness. But probably the most important thing is we needed a product out there that the consumers were and give us statistical significant data. And I want to emphasize this, statistical significant data that proved our thesis right or wrong. And so that we can build fast. So we, you know, the first 6 months in 2024, we just focused on the hallucinations. We just said, what are we going to do? Beat it up, beat it up, beat it up, fix for the user, get the feedback, even before we were adding a lot of features.
Right.
Right. And so the lessons I've learned is really be humble around your thesis, test it. Don't stick to, it's funny because I'm passionate about solving a problem, which is the care economy for people. But I'm not so wedded that the entire vision and solution of the product has to be the thing that I think it is, because if it's not, the consumers are going to tell you. And so you've got to test and iterate very, very quickly. Like we actually had our app approved by Apple in November last year. I held it for 6 months, about 6 months. And I just kept telling the team, let's get it right. Let's talk to our consumers. Let's put it feedback because it has to deliver.
You talk a lot about like delivering for the consumers and
Yeah.
being so in touch with them. And I'm really curious around your approach to building user trust. So, you know,
Yeah.
user trust, such a big and ongoing discussion, so important across the board.
Yeah.
I would imagine even more so when we think about AI, deploying AI technologies in the space of like care
That's
and
right.
family kind
That's
of like focused type of AI. So love to hear your approach in building that user trust in AI.
A lot of it is really the value props, position yourself, an investment in safety and security.
Yeah.
Zero retention policies, especially when you do the
okay.
data, be
Yeah.
clear that you're not selling the data. Be responsive
Yeah.
to the users. And again, it's that humility to say, if a user gives you feedback and something's not working, own it instead of pretending. in the early days, if there was a hallucination, we would apologize to the user and say, what could we be doing better?
Yeah.
And here's how we're fixing it, and let's have that conversation, which we still do. You know, if we've got users and they're canceling, we interview them and we say, what's going on? Thankfully, the product, because we're so focused on laser focus, we're getting close to product market fit and the retention's high. So we're just, you know, we keep working at it.
Awesome, I love it. It's very, very deep approach to like users, consumers,
Yeah.
trusting you and also being transparent and building with them. It's also
Yes.
you are building with them.
We
is what
are
you're doing,
building
so.
with them, and that's the beauty
Yeah.
about building with AI, especially, look, I was in Web 1, Web 2, and blockchain, and now I'm in AI. I feel like I span the internet tech, and so much of it is in the early days, and this is why I got so excited in AI. In the early days, a lot of users actually forgive you because the technology is so nice. There's a pride when they feel like you're involving them and you're inviting them to say, "Be part of this community to help us build."
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And then the other thing we do, and they give us constant feedback about the features they want. And then we build fast, so we develop our roadmap based on that too.
I want to make sure I have time for questions in the room, so I just do have one last question before we
Yeah.
open up to the audience. And this is around like Filipino founders. So
Yeah.
historically, Filipino founders have been kind of predominantly focused in the local market in the Philippines. But now with, in the age of AI, you can be global from day one. Right. And so what advice would you give for Filipino founders who are looking to really build and serve for?
I think it is, I had this conversation with Jaime Augusto Zobel, and it's so interesting that he believes that executives who have exposure internationally, and I completely agree with this, tend to think more bolder, saying, I don't have to be insular necessarily in the marketplace. At the same time, we need to provide access because not everybody can study abroad, right? Not everybody will an international job that allows you to have that exposure for mentorship. One of the reasons I got excited about an organization called Endeavor, that I actually helped recruit Manny Ayala to go run. He still teases me today. He's like, how did that happen? And then you didn't join the board of Endeavor Philippines. But for me, it was such an important organization because it allowed not only to help build the ecosystem in the Philippines, but it allowed the access of Filipino entrepreneurs to the international selection panel, to have access to mentors. And I think we just need to do that more. And it's actually, for most of you in the audience who didn't come from the Philippines or have studied here and have gone back, I think it behooves all of us to ensure that we are constantly mentoring Filipino entrepreneurs to provide them access. That is just part of our responsibility to give back to our homeland, to our kababayans.
Thanks so much, Sheila. Let's open up the questions. We have about, perfect. Oh, lots of questions. Further back. Yes.
Yeah, Sheila, I'm a big fan. My question is, did you have to build your own LLM or using one of the big LLMs? And if you are, is your system agentic, your personal assistant?
Yeah, so yes, agentic, definitely. Look, it's taken millions and hundreds of millions of dollars to build an LLM. And actually, the Chinese deep, it's built off of, even though that press kind of said, oh, they only took this much money, they obviously built on top of the LLMs. So we do too. The difference is what was happening maybe about 6 months ago, the latest thing was routers. Because so many LLMs, whether Claude, Lambda, they were all coming out so fast. And so we were thinking we would put a router in. There are like 5, 6 companies. What happens with the router is the latest LLM will come out with their version 5, version 4, and then it can route. And I didn't have to benchmark. I was using a benchmark company called Bytes at the time. So, but now we're actually re-architecting the system so that each of the modules are in of itself agents and doing it faster. So we already had built our agentic algorithm on top of the LLMs, to your question, but now we're even doing little mini agents. And what's going to happen, and I know it was teed up about, what's going to happen with little modular agents that are being built. What we're excited about internally as we build the agents architecturally is we're going to get better at agent-to-agent discussions. And so when we integrate new technology for our users, we're gonna do that too. I think it's gonna move to a lot of agent to agent discussions and getting much more efficient around that. So hopefully it's a long answer to your question, but yeah, we're building on top of other LLMs with our own kind of agents.
Go ahead.
Hello,
No.
good afternoon.
I was like, hi.
My name is PB. I'm a fitness startup owner and founder. My question is, with the help of AI, what can you say about, because before, if we're building something, like the roadmap is really huge, like, we have a timeline of like maybe 5 years to 10 years. But then with the help of AI, what can you say about being aggressive on the roadmap?
I mean, it is moving so fast. We only have 25 people in the company, and relative to, I think Care.com within a year and a half, we probably had 100 people. And so now when my team members come and say, hey, we want new staff, I always look at them and I say, what new tool is out there
Yeah.
with AI before we decide to go do that? And what are all the modern tools? We're talking so many different vendors, startups, and they're always changing and new technologies are coming out. I just spoke at a panel. I was actually just bopped from LA to San Francisco on Tuesday, and I spoke on another panel. I met these two amazing entrepreneurs. One company is actually doing a much better job of summarizing hallucinations because we're doing it ourselves with our error reports. I was like, what are you doing? Have you talk to my head of engineering. Let's do that faster. And then another is called ScalePost, and we're integrating, let's say, thousands of recipes to put into Ojai so that users can use it with Instacart. Well, what happens with many old-time Web 2 companies, they can't even build the API to actually integrate with us. So this company is already doing that. And so because again, you just have to think cleverly, because he was like, well, I work with publishers, but when I'm working with publishers, I'm telling them, like Time Magazine, how their stuff is being used all over. And I said, so that means you already have any content when we talk, right? So that then we can integrate faster. And he was like, oh, that's a whole new business model. I said, bingo, let's talk. So I'm just saying there's so many different tech, it is moving really, really fast. And you really have to push your team to be out there. Compared to Web 2, I would say my expectation on my team to be externally aware for every employee. Web 2, you can have your team, your process, your heads down, you code, your roadmaps. Even if we went from Chinese walls of like hand over the requirements to then sprints, and you're still heads down. Now, every department, I'm telling them what tool is out there. Are you using the latest tool in AI? And you need to you need to know that. I think Paul English just recently posted something I sent to my whole team. I never hire anyone if they do not know in their department or in their function the latest AI tools for their job.
Got it.
So it is very fast right now.
Yes, one over there.
Joshua, I work in product in Tableau.
Oh, great.
But since being in the front line for like Web 1, Web 2, now in the age of AI,
Yeah.
how do you approach learning new technologies and staying up to date? And how do you also encourage, how do you do that with the rest of your team?
There's two things, okay? The reality is I'm building a company. I'm also doing external relationship. I'm doing biz dev, raising money, all of that. I'm honest with myself around my strengths. And so I do use AI. I use a lot of the different tools, but am I using the latest marketing tool? I'm not. My team is, right? And they describe it to me enough that I know enough about how it's being used, right? So functionally, I'm not the one anymore, right? But it's important because for your team, if you're not actually using, and you're not an AI user in your everyday, it's hard to be building an AI tool for the end consumer. So you absolutely have to. But keeping up with it is, I have a lot of dinners, I meet with people, I learn the latest technologies, but I'm not the technologist. Because I've been in it, I know enough of what the concept of that tech is, that then I can introduce it to my head of engineering, and then he can take it that I can't ever. So I'm very honest about that, right? But I know enough because I used to, earlier in my career, I took some computer science, managed tech teams. So I know kind of what we're trying to get done, although I'm not the coder. So hopefully that answers.
Sheila, we have a question from that side of the room. Yes,
Hi,
Rachel,
my name is
Widow.
Erin Fondelina. I'm the founder of Faster, Philippines Marketing team. Really inspired by you, Sheila. I saw you speak at the Exploratorium many years ago. Great that you were in Web3 blockchain. So in AI, I've been in those places too, as well as spatial computing. My question for you is for all the Pinays in the room. You know, in our organization, I think the conception of AI was that you had to be a data scientist or a software engineer to be in this field. Clearly, you're the example that we don't need to do that. But the adoption of AI by women in the United States is still abysmally low. And it's the same thing for the Filipinx community here. How can you encourage, or what words do you have to impart for aspiring female entrepreneurs that are Pinay, regardless of skill set and background, because AI is kind of intersecting into everything. And my sub question with that is, how do you address issues around trust and safety? Because primarily, and I think I speak for a lot of folks that are in like the creative industry, a lot of people are not, you know, getting paid well because obviously AI is displacing or changing a lot of the nature of the jobs there as well. So that's leading to a lot of people to distrust AI. So how do you encourage more women to found companies in this space, but also think about the trust that we have to build, not only with our users, but our community, not only adopt this, but to create this responsibly as, you know, business owners.
I think the hard thing, I mean, even in Web1 in the late 90s when the internet was hot, and even in Web2 when social media started to kind of take hold, there was backlash back then too. I mean, I think Filipinos are like the #1 country on Facebook and Instagram. It just, and even my parents back then, like, what do you, this Facebook thing? And now my mom's the one who uses it every day. You know, so I think, you know, when new technologies come out, and that is, it automatically creates fear. And by the way, this is very human. This isn't like some phase that this is, you know, when automobiles came out, there was a backlash on that. When we first, you know, Edison created light, it was like, there was a backlash. So it's just, I think the newness, someone described me as like, I actually really love change. I welcome it, and I'm not fearful of it. So I think you've got to have a mindset and a frame that the train's left the station. It's moving. Are you either on it, you're not, and you've got to go figure out, well, then what makes you feel comfortable, right? And better understand. And there are tools, you know, we were talking to a telecom high, and the feedback for me was, well, if your LLM that you're using is, you know, the open source ones and not the big company ones that have integrated it, then we're not, you know, when they say zero retention, can you really trust that? You know, so what's happening is, because it's a cowboy world with this new technology, it's going to be there for a while. So you have to ask yourself, are you comfortable with that? And I think I have a philosophy in life that I try to live transparently. Somebody said recently, when I said authenticity is efficiency, you don't have to have, you know, I say things like a pre-meeting for a meeting, you know, like you can just be you. And when you do that, things actually move a lot faster. And so I add this to answer your question that I don't know that there's so many secrets in my life that are really, I mean, like, do I really have to lock and key? Or is there something, do you need general protection about your passwords? Be smart about those kinds of things, right? But, you know, so that's my philosophy. Not everybody may have. If ChatGPT knew a lot about me, will the sky fall? Is there really something so much about me that, like, it, you know, I'm afraid of it? So that's really, and it's a personal question you have to ask yourself. And I guess for me, I'm just like, you know, again, authenticity is efficiency is sort of what I believe.
One more question from, yes.
Hi Sheila, I just want to say I love Ojai. I've been using the Instacart feature. It's helped me within my meal prep and my budget. I'm a registered nurse and a health tech startup founder. And
That's great.
I have a question. What should come first regarding to boldness and compliance, safety, and security? Do you recommend releasing a beta, or make sure all our compliance and security privacy is in place?
I have a law degree, so that I might be biased towards, anything we launch are terms and condition, make sure the privacy, security. Maybe in my 20s, even then, I think, I don't know, I think young entrepreneurs are bolder. I maybe am a little more conservative around kind of the second thing, but what excites me is there's a common thing in developing your bullseye, what we call it, when you launch a product. Like within 12 days or within 14 days, if you survey your base, say, can you live without Ojai? We were the first one did this. You can learn it, like Superhuman did this, like which demographics, and you know what came out as one of the top? Nurses. Oh my God, Filipino nurses. Because I'm Filipino, but nurses. And we dug into this, and we're now talking to a bunch of nurse organizations because your schedule is so stressful, and you're stressful of like moonlighting and doing all these things. I was very pleasantly surprised about that. So now I'm not that you stood up and you're excited about it, that it's helping you, but medical professionals, nurses, we did a pilot with Beth Israel. They're super excited about it. Doctors are using it. And meal planning is super important for the medical professionals. So that's part of the reason we're actually prioritizing it.
Well, thank you so much.
But thank you for having me.
All right, so off to our next fireside chat. Our next one is with Riza Martin and her journey in launching Notebook LM. Riza was the senior product manager AI at Google Labs. She led the team behind Notebook LM, which is an AI-powered research tool that includes a delightful podcast on-demand feature called. And so Riza, now founder of Hux, which is an AI-powered personal audio companion, what you care about into a beautifully generated interactive experience. So excited to have you here, and Oliver will be moderating this fireside chat.
Risa.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi.
Hi, everyone. We also have people from the Philippines over Zoom dialing in. Let's give them a shout out. In other ways we can greet people over Zoom. Salamat for joining us.
Yeah, thanks to everyone. Thanks for coming. This is so exciting. I've never done an event that's like specifically for Filipinos in tech, Filipinos in AI. So this is huge. Yeah.
And this feels like a special treat too, because considering your work, we'll get to this later. This might be the last time I'll be asking questions to a real world Riza. An AI version.
Yeah, that's right. I always joke with people, can't spell Riza without AI. Tagline. Some people put like the email signature that's like co-founder. Mine's like, can't spell Riza without AI.
I want to start. We want to wait actually to folks on Zoom back home. I want to start with your journey. We had a preview of this when you gave a fireside chat with us, with the Pair Fellows earlier this week. And you just had such a fascinating journey from the Philippines and now to Google. And then after you left Google to the epicenter of the AI boom. I'm gonna give a Filipino reference, but let's do the maalala mo kaya. Of the journey.
It's funny because when I was a kid, my mom would not let me watch Maalala Mo Kaya. It's making you so dramatic, and I'm like, Mom, I'm already dramatic. Like, there's no going back. But sincerely, thank you for the question. I actually do talk about my background as often as I can, especially because I think when I talk with other people, they look at my LinkedIn and they're like, well, of course, this person worked at Google, this built Notebook LM, they went to Harvard. But there's so much about my story that I think I wish more people heard, because I have a very non-standard background. For somebody who worked in tech, especially somebody who led teams at Google. And I'll start from the Philippines, where I grew up, lived there for 17 years. And I started going to college when I was 16. I had a scholarship. I had a full scholarship to Ateneo de Zamboanga University. And when I was 17, we got a letter in the mail saying we were eligible to immigrate. My grandpa was in the US Navy. We had been in the queue for 17 years. And eventually we got the letter. It was myself, my parents, and my 3 younger sisters. And it was so crazy because I remember I was like, okay, goodbye, mom and dad. Like, don't forget, send me pasalubong or whatever, from the States. And they were like, no way, we're not gonna leave you. And so my parents took all their 4 kids and we lived in my uncle's house. And when we got here, I was 17, I didn't have a good idea of what life was going to be like. I thought I was just gonna go back to college. But my parents said, hey, life is harder in America, so you're gonna have to help us out. So what ended up happening is I actually had to work. Right? And so I didn't go to college. I was a barista at Pete's. I was super shy. I really wanted to refine my accent, refine my English. So I was a barista. And then I sold phones at AT&T, and then I repaired computers at Apple. And so really all I was doing was going from job to job to job, just like learning what I could, doing whatever job I could, and helping my family out. And at some point I was like, this isn't how I wanted my life to turn out. Like I wanted to do something different. Like when I was a kid, I really wanted to be a lawyer. At some point I really wanted to be a programmer, but my dad was like, especially when we lived in the Philippines, he's like, what kind of job is that? Good point, sir. Don't know. I love programming, which actually when I was in high school, we had to write our code on paper and we got 30 minutes with a compiler. So it's like your code better compile. So it's like, I remember like having to handwrite like, my indentations. But yeah, I started working at a startup. I got a job actually as a customer support person. It was my first job out of retail. And it was at a startup that had been founded by the ex-CTO of Microsoft. And so I got a lot of exposure to all of these people that I was like, wow, they're so smart, they're so successful. Like surely like I could learn so much from them. But this interesting thing happened where I was like, I became very opinionated about what the right thing to do about product was, what the right thing to do about what was about a team. And so as I started to sort of build this identity of like who I was becoming, I also was just learning like every single job that there was like in a tech company. So I did marketing, I did QA testing, I taught myself how to code. I just tried to do every single job and I tried to do it well so that it didn't matter who you were in the company. Like if I talked to you, like I had some reasonable idea of what your job was and how I could help. And so eventually I went from that startup to another startup. I worked with one of the ex-Napster founders. I don't know if anybody here remembers Napster, but like, I mean, in the Philippines, like it was LimeWire for me. But that big one where I was like, wow, changed my life. It was like music. And then eventually I became head of product at a small news company, a news media company. And it was crazy because I was like, wow, nobody like has put together that I'm this like college dropout that like has just worked from job to job to job to job. So I got to a place where I was like, well, how far can I push this? And so I applied to Google, I went on their website, I applied, I did the interview, and now I can tell this story now that I've quit. They actually, the first interview, they do an interview loop when you interview at Google for product manager. It's like 5 or 6 interviews. It's very long. It's like super exhausting to do. It's really hard. And they turned me down. They were like, the recruiter calls me, she goes, hey, thanks, blah, blah, blah. Sorry you didn't get the job. And I was like, what do you mean? I was like, what do you mean I didn't get the job? Why not? And she was kind of taken aback. She was like, oh, let me check my notes. She was like, enough. And I was like, oh, that's definitely wrong. And she was like, what? I was like, I think you made a mistake. I was like, I think you should do it again. And I don't know what happened that day. The recruiter was like, okay. And I was like, good, let's go. And so we did it again. I got the job. Yeah, but man. People are like, hey, how'd you get the job at Google? I'm like, I don't know. You asked. So yeah, then I got to Google. I worked in ads. I worked in payments. And then when Labs was brand new, there was like no employees there. Josh Woodward.
For context, Google Labs was a new
Google Labs was a
outfit
brand
in
new
AI.
organization inside of Google, pre, the ChatGPT world. I was working in payments and I worked for Josh Woodward in payments, who he now leads Gemini, president of Gemini. I saw that he joined Google Labs. And inside of Google, you can look at this directory of like what anybody's working on. And I saw that nobody reported to him. And it's like very unusual at Google, right? Like if you're a vice president, like you have all these people reporting to you. And so I pinged him. I was like, what's going on? I'm like, why are you working on nothing? And he was like, no, he's like, I'm working on AI. What is that? And they know what AI was, but I pinged him again and I was like, okay, whatever it is, I'll go work on it. And I was like, you can hire me. And Josh was like, okay, let's chat. And so we actually had a couple of lunches and I was the first person that he hired to Google Labs. And so I launched Google's first consumer AI product, which was AI Test Kitchen. This was like 3-4 years ago now. And then I launched Notebook LM, which was, I think blew up largely last year. But both of those things were products built pretty much from nothing inside of Google. Yeah, and then last year when Notebook LM blew up, I was like, well, it's been kind of fun working for other people. Now I think it might be great for me. And so here we are.
Theme all across those nuggets of experience is your appetite to embrace risk and uncertainty, right? Like I'll tell the recruiter, no, you're wrong after getting a rejection.
Yeah.
And a lot of it is also like being partners with the right people, right? Like I worked with Josh briefly too. And I remember, hey, Oliver, we're gonna like build the jobs app for India, right? Like out of nowhere. And I guess tell us like how you think about, jumping off that cliff or crossing that chasm. Like what goes through your mind when you have to make like a really risky in work or in life?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. And I think that, having worked at Google, having worked at all these startups, having worked in retail, I will say that I think like 90% of people, the way that they make decisions, this is what I've observed, you always look at it from a risk tolerance perspective, right? It's like, how much pain am I willing to endure? What's gonna happen? What if this doesn't work out, right? I think like a subconscious process for most people. And that is the primary decision-making function that most people employ. And I think, it's funny now to sort of talk about it, but I came from so little, like I literally like had nothing. I still think of myself as having nothing for the most part. If you have nothing to lose, then you sort of think about risk in a very different way. And I've tried to hold on to this for as long as possible, which is I try to what's the upside for me, right? Like what could go great? And I actually don't tend to think about risk in the same way that I think other people might. And I did this at Google all the time too, right? Like a lot of the time, in order to ship AI Test Kitchen, in order to ship Notebook LM, like Google has pretty large risk analysis functions. That is what gates like products that we would ship. But I think in order for us to have had the success that we did, I think you needed to have a person like me in charge. Like, I understand the risk, right? Like cognitively, like intellectually, I understand it, but here's what could go well, right? And it's actually worth it to go do it. And even if you're scared, even if you're worried, even if in real life something bad, could happen to you, because the magnitude of the dream is so big, I think you just have to do it, right? I think in reality, you can't hold both things, right? You're either holding risk or you're holding the dream. And I just say to people, choose the dream. Because it's like, you're just a person. If you try to hold both, you'll fail. You'll end up somewhere mediocre. If you only hold risk, you will probably end up somewhere safe, but not that exciting. But if you go for the dream, I think like you will be surprised at the rate that you can succeed. Like even saying to the recruiter, like in real life, what was the worst that could happen? The lady would have been like, you're kidding me, right? Right? Like she would have treated me like a joke, but I think the dream was worth it.
Yeah. Cool. I want to touch upon your design fee when it comes to building AI products, and then we'll open it up to questions. Here's the setup. Historically, I mean, AI's always been around, right? Like there's like been a 50-60 year long history. And then before the LLM boom, there was always like ambient versions of AI. There was like computer vision, right? Like Snapchat filters. ranking and recommendation engines on Facebook's newsfeed or on TikTok. And then chat came into the scene.
Yeah.
And there was like a lot of like early video models, right?
Yep.
That would do auto generation. But for some reason, the notebook LM boom with audio overviews just felt different. Right? Like
Yeah.
it felt qualitatively different. It felt very magical. Why did it feel that way versus other forms of AI?
I think that's a really great question, and I think we'll look back on this moment in history, many. I think that what happened with Notebook LM is the same thing that happened with chat, and it's the same thing that's happening with video now, which is there is a bar that kind of inherently all of us have inside of us, which is not only am I willing to consume this content, I am enjoying this content, right? And you can think about it in different ways. It could be like a substantive thing, which is like the actual content. You can think about it as sort of a more qualitative thing, like the human likeness of something. But I tried to sort of distill it down into just like the entertainment potential, right? Because I think ultimately like humans love to be entertained. So if something is funny, if something is effectively funny, like it meets that bar, right? Like you could sort of try to untangle what funniness is or what entertainment is, but if you hit that bar, you actually sort of start to learn exactly what the different pieces are in order to get there. And so I think when I think about ChatGPT, for example, ChatGPT blew up because I talked to a computer and it could talk back to me and it was entertaining, right? Like I could just like talk to it and I could be like, okay, talk like a frog, and it would just, hello, I am frog, and you're like, oh my gosh, like a computer's never done that before. Right? Like, of course, now nobody's doing this except the character AI people. But for the most part, like that was groundbreaking. And so people were now, as a result, willing to talk to computers as if they were people.
Right.
Like that was a big difference, right? And so for Notebook LM, you imagine we were at a place, you know this feeling. When you hear something and you're like, please hold for the next representative, you're like, right? It's like gross. You're like, oh, I don't want this thing to like touch me. But I think when we had the Notebook LM audio overviews launch, people heard it and they were like, what? Like it was almost like you could hear the words for the first time. And not only could you hear the words, you cared about it. And we saw people do such funny things. Like, I don't know if folks have seen, people would upload documents. There's one that said chicken, just chicken, to Notebook LM, because they were like, I just want to know what they're going to say. Even though, you know it's a machine, it's a computer, it's an LLM, it's just so funny to hear the Notebook LM host be like, well, this document appears that, to be a document that has more chicken in it than KFC. And it was like, oh, that's clever. But it was like, he transcended that bar. And I think now, right, like look at what's going on with generative video on my Instagram, and I'd say 50% of my videos are AI. And they're hilarious. Like I watched this like absolutely hilarious. I'm sorry, like the Bible ones are so funny. Where they're like, you've seen these, the YouTuber ones? Where they're interviewing like the people on like Easter Sunday where they're like, hey, are you sorry for what you did to Jesus? And it was I was like, it was hilarious. And people were like, I'm sorry, like I was there. And it's just like, now you're willing to engage with AI generated video. Whereas like what? Like a month ago, it was gross, right? People are like, ew. So it's like, you just have to hit the bar. Once you hit the bar, I think we're just there forever, permanently.
That's awesome. Let's open it up to the audience.
Hi, Riza, nice to meet you. I'm Karen. I'm also a PM at Google. And I'm very curious because I've heard like a lot about Notebook LM and watch a couple of your interviews. I'm curious about how did you get to the execution piece? Because I think like being visionary and taking risks is one side of it. Execution is also like super important. And I'm curious about like how did you galvanize like people to build around your vision?
I think it's a really good question. It's really good, particularly for this time that we're in right now, where it's like execution is really everything, right? Teams that can execute quickly and can learn quickly from that execution ultimately will win. That's my opinion. And I think that the way that I was able to do it at Google is, you said two things, which is like, hey, it's really important to be visionary, but you do have to execute against the vision. I think that for me, I didn't spend a lot of time, being visionary. Like in real life, what I believe is that and this might be controversial, I don't really believe in good ideas. Like, I don't think you can have one. I think you have to earn one, right? And you have to earn one through execution. Like, if you don't get the reps in, your idea could be great on paper, but it could be trash in real life. You actually, until like the rubber meets the road, like you're not gonna know anything. So just execute, right? In favor of like some grand visionary, whatever future of the world you think, just crush it. Like crush it every day, whatever that every day means. And so a lot of like what I'm saying now is what I would tell the team. Right? Because at Google, I think there was this sort of not a bad notion, but for me, it felt like an outdated notion, which is that first you have to sell the vision, and then you have to convince holders, and then after 6 months and everybody signed off, you can have one engineer or something like that, right?
Yeah.
But I think in AI, because of the advent of AI, I was able to sort of represent it and be like, no, I actually think you don't know what's going to happen. And so instead of spending a lot of time trying to pretend that you know, why don't you just go find out? Right? And I think you have to be willing to say, I don't know, and neither do you. Like, I don't care if you make like $10 million or whatever, you're a VP or an SVP. You don't know, and I don't know. So the best I can do is take both of us on a journey to go find out. And maybe you don't say I don't give a shit to like your boss, but for better or for worse, like that's the spirit of it. And it's like, I think to the right people, it will resonate. And I really did only keep people on the team that embraced that mission.
Over there in the back.
Guys, thanks for sharing your personal journey. That was amazing. It's my two-part question. Are you guys pre-series A?
Yes.
Still in C?
Yeah.
You're pre-series A then?
Yes, pre-series.
Then connected to that question is, when you're seeking out investors, aside from the investors who want to give you money, of course, but what were you really looking at? What were the attributes that you were looking at, aside from the one they don't want too much equity, but that's.
Yeah. That's a great question. I think I never had a company before, raised money before, and so I tried to research it online, and there's like a lot of practical advice online, I think. But I thought about for me what it meant practically to raise money, right? When you ask when I was like asking for capital from somebody else, I'm ultimately asking somebody to be part of my company, to be part of my journey. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, people will say like, oh yeah, get investors, they'll like leave you alone. You don't really know if someone's gonna do that, right? It's like impossible to know. And you're meeting so many people so quickly that you're like, you have to have an internal compass of trying to figure out how you feel about that person in a non-generic way. And so when I was meeting with investors, I really looked at two things. The first thing that I looked at was, hey, if I hired this person, could I trust them? Like, would I trust this person to do good work for me? And number two was, if my car broke on the side of the road, can I call them? I would play it out. I would actively like really pretend like, okay, my car is broken down, I'm getting out. I take out my phone, I dial it, the person answers. This is actually like kind of an exhausting thing to try to do with like a bunch of people. But if you imagine what that person is saying on the other line and you try to read like how you feel about it, you get a pretty good sense of like what your intuition is about that person. And I think that goes a long way, because we know, right? Like, if you're vibing with somebody, you're not vibing with somebody, whether or not you understand why, I think how things are going to work out. And so for me, those were the two things, which is like, there are a lot of external factors. You can think about like the brand name, you want to say like, oh, I raised money from A, B, and C, or I raised money from this partner, or I raised this much money, or maybe it's something as simple as like, I took minimal dilution, right? But I think for me, I optimized for people, because that's ultimately like what I care about, like, in my day-to-day business, like I care about the people that I'm working with. And so that's what I did.
Thank you.
Great question.
I have a question from the Zoom. What lessons from launching, this is from Fernando Bellarmino. What lessons from launching your startup could be applied by Filipino entrepreneurs trying to develop consumer AI apps that balance accessibility, language localization, Taglish, and voice-first design?
Whoa, okay. Well, that was like a whole host of variables, but if I that last part a little bit and like let's focus on like consumer and Filipino. I will say that I would say that building for consumer and B2B are kind of different. Many people will say, well, in the AI world, they're not that different, and I agree, right? But the main difference I would say is who you are selling to. So when I say consumer, I'm saying you're selling to individuals. The thing that I would advise Filipinos, and this is something that I actually carry with me every day that I'm really proud of, is like, as a Filipino, I feel like I have so much joy in my body. I've had a pretty hard life. Like I actually, when I look back on it, I'm like, every year something really hard happens to me, but I feel pretty happy. And I do think that there is something about being Filipino that makes that true. Because it's like, even when bad things are happening, I'll call up my parents and we'll like joke about it.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just like such a, to me, that's like such a quintessentially like Filipino trait. And I say this because when I first started building products, I think I tried really hard to be taken seriously by others. Like I really, more than anything, just wanted to be like everybody else that I respected or admired in America. Right? And at Google, for example, it was largely like these super professional, super academic, super smart people, went to Harvard, Cornell, Princeton. I mean, I was like, oh, I just want to talk like them. I want to dress like them. This is from the Google days. And I was primarily just like trying to be somebody that I wasn't. And it took years of sort of like undoing this, right? Where I was like, I just want to be me. Like, I just want to be like my funny Filipino self. And I want to lean really hard into the things that I like. And I don't want to do the shit that I don't like, you know? And I only want to do fun stuff. This is, of course, not very serious things all the time. But I'm saying, like, if you had to think about the core of who you are and what gives you joy, what gives you energy, that's what you push on, right? And I think many people don't think about that because it sounds really frivolous. It sounds really weird. But if you are building a consumer product, eventually that joy that you have and that passion you have will break through.
It's gonna show, yeah.
It's gonna show, your users will be able to tell. Like, I think Notebook LM is super, it's like an ugly UI. I look at it and I'm like always slightly embarrassed when people come up and they're like, wow, I really love it. I'm like, that's weird. But the truth is, like, I think if you just build something with like a lot of like love and like excitement, somebody out there will feel it, like they'll connect, right? Even though it's not finished, even though it's not perfect, it'll come through no matter what. And so my advice to Filipinos, to, you know, maybe even anybody, but just building specifically consumer, right? Because that's what will give you the energy to share it with somebody else.
Awesome. This is really, really great. Let's do one last question before we wrap up. Yes, sir, in the back.
Hello. So hearing your life story, I just related a lot to it right now because I just recently graduated in May. But with my career right now, I feel kind of lost. Like I'm doing a lot of retail jobs, a lot of minimum wage jobs, just bouncing every now and then. But I feel like I could do more. I just don't know how to take the next steps to a higher level, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, how did you end up going from your
Yeah. No, I think that that's a good question. And I actually advise a lot of young people in general on this topic. And so I'll say two things. What did you go to school for? What was your degree in?
I was a biology undergrad.
And are you generally interested in technology, or what's your general
I like
interest?
to dabble in everything, but like originally my goal was to be in or try to go to medical school, but a lot of things ended up changing.
Okay.
Yeah, right now the start of my undergraduate, but right now it just seems like anything's up in the air.
Okay, so I would say like there's two things. The first is you have to sort of increase your tolerance for pain and your tolerance for rejection. It's like my number one thing. And I think the real thing is like you think you're experiencing pain. No, you could go like 10 more, you know? I believe in you. And the reason I say is because it is really, really hard, no matter what stage of your life you're in, to go to the next level. Right? Like even when I was at Google, I was like, man, I was like an L4 at one point, and I was like, it's really hard to get to L5. And now I'm like a founder, and I'm like, you know, looking back on life, it seems a little bit trivial, but the pain you feel, there's always like a little ceiling there, right? Of how much pain you're gonna experience. And so when I say this, what I'm really saying is you have to try a bunch of different things. You have to be willing to say no. You have to experiment quickly. Like the same advice that I give for people building products about experimenting with products, experiment with yourself, right? Send emails, send coffee chats, do LinkedIns, run into people, right? Go to meetups, talk to people, ask them interesting questions, change the questions. Like, I think lead with a lot of curiosity, even if some of it might seem a little pointless, like it's not always going to lead to a job, you ultimately learn more about other people and yourself that makes you better, and like stronger, right? And when people let you down or they turn you down, don't worry about it, right? There's like a bajillion people on earth. They're not gonna remember, right? Just like move on. They'll remember when you become a billionaire, but until that day.
This gentleman's autograph.
That's right.
now.
Yeah. The second thing I was gonna say in terms of like kind of calibrating, right? For the first thing, which is like you're trying to do a lot of risk. The second thing I would do is like in your free time, hey, do something entrepreneurial. And I give this advice to anybody. It doesn't matter who you are. The thing about AI is it is enabling all of us to be builders. And even if you aren't going to go start a company or ship software yourself, even just having the practical experience of building something, whether it's like a little app or a website, will give you creativity, and it will give you a nuanced perspective on what's happening today that will also just make you, I think, a more interesting person to other people, right? It will also give you a good sense of who you are. And so, you know, one of the things that I try to imbue in people is like, hey, many people will try to tell you who to be or how to be so that they'll hire you, etc. But if you have a really good internal compass of who you are, like you become a lot less unshakable. And it's interesting because people are more drawn to that anyway, right? People are so willing to tell you what to be, but then if you do it, like that, I don't know, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But if you are who you are and you just keep going, people will be drawn to you. So those are my 2 pieces of advice.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen,
Thank you. All right, our next few panels will feature fellows of the Philippine Artificial Intelligence Retreat. And so our first panel, you see here on the screen, is Human Capital and AI, specifically pathways for skills development. All right, so we have on our panel today, Dr. Eugene Rex Palau, who is an AI professor at UP Diliman. And we also have Adrian Cayapo, who is the head of AI engineering at Stratpoint. Our moderator for this is Danielle Conkling, Senior Director and Head of Corporate Responsibility Programs and Reporting Analytics at First Citizens Bank.
Well, thank you both for being here. Really excited about this topic. Obviously, AI is a very pivotal place. And when we think about these opportunities and challenges, we sometimes forget to think about what does this look like for the humans in all of this, right? You and me and all of us here. And in my career, I'm seeing AI quite a bit in our work, and I work at a bank, so who would ever think, right? And I think about my team, the people around me, and how this impacts them. But I also think about my own kids, and I would think, oh gosh, like what is that going to be like for them? And that kind of just puts things into perspective. What we're hoping to hear a little bit about is what does that look like today, you know, all around the world, but particularly for our community in the Philippines and here, and how we bring that together. So it's great to hear a little bit about kind of the work that you both have been doing, because that partnership between education and the innovation ecosystem is going to be really important as I think we navigate this shifting landscape, and we think about the humans involved. So it'd be great, Rex, to hear a little bit about the program at UP, and then Adrian about what you all are doing at Stratpoint, and of course the impact on AI talent.
Thank you. I'm Rex. So basically, I represent the University of the Philippines AI program. We're the first in the Philippines to offer a Masters of Engineering in AI program, as well as a PhD in AI program. We started in 2021 pre-ChatGPT, so we kind of had around 100 applicants for 30 slots. But when ChatGPT came, it blew to 500 applicants for the same 30 slots year. So we offer a full graduate course. The main problem that we are faced over the past few years is student retention. We've taught them the basics of machine learning, the more advanced LLM models, and after that they leave. They don't even complete the program because they get promoted by industry because they already have the skills. They are in demand in terms of their jobs, so they don't even finish. And plus, one of the requirements of our master's program is a special capstone project. So all of our students are required to do a practical approach to solve an industry problem. Sometimes they just go ahead and do the industry and solve their own problems without actually getting credit for it, academic credit basically. So that's one of our major goals. But we're happy that it is, at the very least, we are building the capabilities, we're building the people, the talent in the Philippines. We still need more capacity. We're only around 12 faculty members doing teaching, and we're crunching around from 30 slots, around 15 to 20 graduates every year. So we can still increase the throughput because for the Philippines to be a country that produces a lot of AI tech entrepreneurs, industry leaders, basically, we need more. We also need equipment. We need more GPUs, not for gaming, but for actually training our models. We only have 24A100 GPUs we purchased 2 years back, and we hope to increase that capacity. Over the past years, our utilization of those servers is around 90%, so it's not really sustainable due to the demand of our research, of our student requirements. So in essence, for us to have a multiplier effect, produce more talent, is to expand our programs, not just from the University of the Philippines, but to other universities around the region, basically, to have mobility across our provinces, to have experts from not just from the National Capital Region, but from other provinces, from Visayas and Mindanao, and of course to have short-term trainings, because the graduate program is full 2-year full-time program, but if you have short-term training programs like Adrian will be discussing a little bit what they did, it's a very useful stopgap solution for such that our professionals that who wants to specialize in AI would not need a 2-year program, but go to a short-term training program and have the skills equivalent to a graduate program. But again, let's just suppose we need more both short-term, medium-term, and long-term training proposals. And I think that's the state of what I represent basically from the university. And I turn it over to.
Thanks, Rex. At StratPoint, short background. StratPoint has been in the software and digitalization space for about 2 decades now. And the labs I'm in is actually just 5 years. So in the age of AI, we're actually lagging. But in terms of the ecosystem and the demand for the projects and the POCs and even the engineering workload that is to us, we're actually also in the global market, right? So a short story, we're actually also building technology here in the Bay Area, but Filipino engineers are back there in the Philippines. So I lead a team of about 20 to actually also solve problems here. We do the research and development and some proof of concepts. But I guess the problem we actually face is the talent pool. As what Prof. Rex said earlier, if we don't have the talent pool to source and provide teams to the rest of the world, where do we actually find them? So what we did really is try the top-down and bottom-up approach, right? So first, I'll talk about top-down. So this can be any subject matter experts, right? So any technologists or even any other domains like biology or in the other fields, you can actually start to learn AI or learn to use tools that use AI, but not necessarily code, right? You just equip yourselves with knowing the tool, and it will be easier to integrate yourselves for engineering teams. The next is a bottom-up approach which takes a lot of time. So you need a few months to a year to get effective individual contributor to that problem, right, to that research. But again, from the software engineering space, it might be easier, right? Because we've been in the problem-solving space. But in terms of the bottom-up approach, what we did is a training program, a 3-month training program that actually has a very intensive 1 month. That 1 month spans 4 different domains from software, from the 3 different domains in AI. But that 1 month, every week they need to present a capstone project. So we actually scope down into the different domains. Hopefully, we'll equip them with the skills necessarily for them to contribute to the rest of the program, like for the internship. So in terms of, I think one of the things, it's the 3 things this might be general, and this is you repeatedly hear this, but I guess critical thinking is one of the foundational skills that we want to actually find and develop. The age of AI and the AI tools, this might get lost in the weeds, right? Critical thinking is one of the things we want to develop. Next is actually the engineering and technical skills, programming, but that has a lot of debate right now within the tools, within the software space. But again, knowing what you actually build is also key there, because that will solve the business cases, that will solve the problems that will actually impact human lives. Last is communication. I think this is what we've also learned from the bootcamp and the 1 month in the program, is that if you can't communicate the idea, what you're trying to build, what you built in your laptops, in your machines, you won't get that idea across. Your idea or the tool you built is just nothing. So that's what we learned.
It's really exciting to hear that building sort of that foundational education and making that available to more people. And at the same time, we're also providing opportunities that are more so on the job, and people develop the skill. And of course, it's not just those coders and programmers who have that opportunity as well. But as you see the shift happening, and you see that both and in the Philippines, what do you see as some of the biggest challenges developing that talent when this is happening so quickly?
I'm sorry. So, we have discussed that in our program. So basically, whenever universities start offering programs, it takes years to institutionalize a degree program. To say that we've institutionalized the A program within 6 months, the fastest one in the university, but we also designed our program to make it future-proof and very flexible. Okay, so one of the requirements is that you still have to go to the foundations, communication, the soft skills, algorithmic thinking. I agree with it that it's not necessarily about programming. It's all about how do you solve the problem. Algorithmic thinking. Do the step 2, step 3, and then you iterate step 4. If you have that thinking, that you will really succeed in this life. So we are looking for those types of students. Then when they move towards what we call a flexible curriculum, wherein we offer courses that are basically state of the art for that year, for that semester. All right, so so it's both a combination of classical methodologies and flexible ones wherein we do it via special topic courses. And the burden really is the faculty members, that we have to create materials every year just to keep up with the algorithms that are coming in. So we took on that challenge, knowing that by the divide conquer approach, like my specialization is really in optimization. Doc Pros and Sir are experts in computer vision and robotics, so they handle certain aspects of the program. We're in what's the state of the art, and then hopefully our students are able to catch up with that, and then have the core problem-solving skill that they need, because a lot of our students really come to us and say, I want to do AI, I want to do this, I want to do that. But we always ask them, what are you trying to solve? If you're using a jackhammer just for a nail, it's overkill. All right. We always ask our students, what are you trying to solve? And if that algorithmic thinking, the simple soft skills and communication, as Adrian has mentioned, on top of the advanced topics that we teach, hopefully we produce enough AI talent over the next few years to keep the ball rolling, and hopefully have other universities follow through.
Yeah, for me, I think it might be a hot take, but if you're not part of the institution or an institution, right, so much knowledge is already out there in our media platforms. And if you're a career shifter, right, AI can also help you learn. So in terms of equipping ourselves, in terms of what we have already, in what state, whatever state in life you are now, it's not yet too late. So I've seen career shifters above my age, or guess my age, but it's not too late. I still consider myself a student, right, in terms of everything. So we learn a lot. I try to learn a lot every day. But in the field, or not just in the field of AR or the tool set, right? The core, I think for these technologies to proliferate, we need builders of the tools, right? So in the space of software and software engineering, I want to jump on the bandwagon. And the speakers earlier were very, very good in emphasizing that the train has already left. And if you want to join the bandwagon, it's not too late also to equip yourselves with learning how to build AI. So I think even outside the institution, there are short programs, there are courses, online courses everywhere, right, that can equip us. And if you bring something from the domain, it's already a jump start. You just need to learn how to implement it with the principles of software, right?
Without builders, you can't have users.
Yep.
Right.
So there are, as we think about that, and we are building this new generation of talent, and a lot of people here in the room. What is your advice? We've got a lot of young, students just starting their careers, both on Zoom, and maybe get some words of wisdom from both of you.
I think I can start there. Based on the earlier talk by Riser, right? You don't need to even have the credentials to actually try your idea. There's no such thing as a good idea, right? Unless you've earned that. So I think with AI now, you don't need to wait, right? The technology back then was not right. Right now, I think it's the right moment to actually try it out. Try your ideas, experiment. You already have, I think this was talk last week, right, from the founders of OpenAI. I think they see a beautiful future where even children are vibe coding. So why not try, right? So it's really a good time to be in the space right now.
Okay, so I think for me, the only thing constant in life is change. So when I was undergrad, I took my favorite course was optimization, mathematical optimization, and I used Excel and MATLAB. when I went to my master's, my advisor said, those tools are no longer applicable, so you have to make it more general. So I learned MATLAB and so on and so forth. And then I went to my PhD, and then I again proposed my dissertation and so on. I needed to learn another tool. Now that was R. Okay, that was 2010, before again the rise of Python and so on. So I learned R. I took several courses in R and mastered it how to again prove my dissertation right. So 2013, I came back to university. And lo and behold, all of these algorithms came out. There's machine learning. They're written in Python. So I have to get learn, and I have to change my research interests. So we always change that. I started publishing. I was an expert in supply chain management, simulation, and so on. Then I came back now into analytics, data science, because that was 2012. It was the data science was sexy, and then that was Davenport basically the paper. Harvard versus review. Then 2014 came all of these algorithms, the CNNs came in, and I have again to change. We have to change my syllabus to go to AI applications in engineering, so on and so forth. So my advice is that nothing in what we have learned so far in my undergrad, master's, and PhD are the same. Okay, it changes over time, but the concepts never change, right? The solution to linear regression is always x transpose x inverse x transpose y. It will never change. Whatever solution that whatever software you use, you have to know the concepts, because those things will never change as you go through your career in life. So that's what I like to emphasize, that the technology come and go, but the concepts, the users, the problems that you solve will always be there. And it might be AI, it might be something else in the future, but you have to adapt to the changes of the times.
Right? So before we turn it to the room, we have so much talent, right? There's experts in AI, there's folks who are new to it and are curious and want to jump on the train or try it out. If round, how can people in the room be helpful?
Oh, just give us money. Invest in our research, invest in anything, not just but GPUs basically.
Thanks for that. It's hard to follow that, but I guess capacities actually introduce opportunities, because Filipinos, right, are really world class. We are actually solving real world problems. And as you see here in the room, there are really the founders, and we might not know, but there are Pinoys everywhere in terms of solutions, and not just even in tech, but brilliant minds that have won, right, the Nobel prizes in terms of physics. So opportunities, or even opportunities and lucky breaks for some of the rest. So I think it's really bringing in more to the Philippines in terms of projects and space. Trust in the Filipino talent, right?
Questions from the audience? Great. Our first question.
So funding aside, speaking of, what does it take to scale and grow the Philippines to the size that we have call centers right now, or social media users?
I think for me, in terms of scale, even in the software space, right, the Philippines is already one of the go-to countries for software engineering teams, right? In terms of AI, if we're talking about the frontier labs here, that will have several hurdles in terms of resources. But for talent to actually contribute as individual contributors to the problem space, it doesn't take much. our programs in terms of education is catching up, right? But we have the real talents everywhere in the Philippines that are already exposed in the space. Therefore, adapting the tools and the foundational skills that are needed in the AI space is already at a reach already. So it's just the push and the push for institutions, companies to actually build their own labs, R&D departments, or even push for entrepreneurs that or make startups to build the tools in AI, in the AI space. Yep.
Not everyone is a genius like Bill Gates who drop out of college and then succeeded. Are you saying you don't need a computer science degree or a data science degree to succeed in AI?
Definitely, I agree. Because in terms of the space my background is in engineering, but I don't primarily focus in the programming space, right? So I know somebody who graduated from chemical engineering that didn't know programming. I knew a philosopher who graduated in the sciences, right, in terms of this, but they really were actually in learning the tools of the trade. And they now are good programmers, and they actually now use also AI to help them with whatever we don't know. I myself use AI to actually navigate the stacks. There are so much, right? The knowledge vacuum. There is so much that I don't know. But for the problem that I'm facing, I might need to teach myself how to use that tool, right? So you don't need to be a genius to actually contribute. That's also my opinion.
Actually, again, they say is that you should have the talent to identify a need of society, such that you'll be able to provide that as a service or as a product, right? So you don't have to be an expert on how do I solve that problem. You just have to have a vision on we needed a product that an iPhone that basically all of us thought that that's gonna work, but Steve Jobs was able to see that vision that might be a market for that product or service that no one else has seen. So in essence, it doesn't necessarily take a degree in the sciences or STEM to see that potential opportunity. It's just having the right courage to pursue that passion. Okay, I want to solve that problem, and I think that problem exists. And finding the right people not capable of programming or developing a solution to that problem, I partner with other people such that we can collaborate and offer that services to whatever niche product we want to serve. So it's just finding that that spark, basically, that this might be a good product or service in the future.
And I think what you're saying is that as AI is getting smarter, if anything, it provides others. You don't have to be a computer science or an engineer to now kind of theoretically.
The great equalizer.
It's an equalizer, right? So I think that's really exciting.
Right.
Other questions? Another one in the back?
So what is your candid assessment of the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Philippines now with the advent of AI or the popularity of AI, where it could be, right? And then tied into that question is, there is a burgeoning entrepreneurial ecosystem, startup ecosystem, and I think one of you touched upon it, is are the investors there, and are there willing investors? I guess there's always money, but are there willing investors based upon the ecosystem in the Philippines right now? I guess someone answered my question.
Thank you for the question. I think we have a panel after this that focuses on the entrepreneurship, but my take on it, I'm very also looking forward to the ecosystem also uplifting. We went through the pandemic, right? So a decade ago, there was an uptake on the entrepreneurship and startup space in the Philippines. Right now, I see now an emergence. So hopefully that panel can also give you more insights to that.
Fast forward, I was just kind of because from Brett's standpoint, he's kind of seeing students in the beginning, right? Like, is he seeing a change or like, wow, there's more of an entrepreneurial mindset because of what the potential of the technology can do?
Actually, our tech incubators back at the university has an uptick in terms of small startups that are being proposed, and all of them are technology based, right? So there is, however, in terms of funding, the university or even us, basically engineers, are not really very good at communicating. So it's not very it's a known fact that we are very experts in our own bubbles, and we actually need people from other countries to help us disseminate our communicate media people, basically, and that's really a big problem, that apparently companies and investors in the Philippines are hungry for innovation, and the universities are producing but they haven't met. There is potential, and maybe a forum bring us all together, and that is an opportunity for future work for Pear.
I think we've got a question here.
Thank you so much, Adrian and Professor Eugene, for your diverse perspectives. Professor Eugene, proud UP Diliman graduate, College of Mass Communication. Also, at the Maynard Institute for Journalism Education, and so much the speakers today resonate with us. In the journalism sector, we continue to grapple every day in this climate of disinformation and distrust, and balancing that with courage and our journalistic integrity to fight for facts, to report on truth. And I wonder, as you guide this new generation of AI innovators, because for us that is truly an embodiment of this rapid technological change, and how we balance that, how are you balancing value of the humanity behind AI, the human oversight, the courage to fight for our values as we navigate and leverage this new technology?
Thank you very much. That's a very good question. But hello, so what we did in the EA program is that we require our students to take AI ethics, right? So it's a 3-unit course. It's not offered by us because the College of Engineering does not have courses. That's not ethics courses. So we partner with the College of Law and the Department of Philosophy to actually come up with an AI ethics course, wherein our students will have to take it and of course swear that they won't do anything unethical. We always train students to develop AI that is responsible and ethical, within the parameters of the what we call the University of the Philippines AI framework. All right, so that in itself, we at the college do not necessarily put ourselves in a small box. We collaborate with other disciplines just to show that, yeah, we do the technology, but it's the domain expert who has the ethics to guide us in saying that no, you're not allowed to do that, or you're only bounded by these types of constraints. So we're humble enough to say that, yeah, we are not the total experts in AI. We're just building stuff, but we need collaborators from domains like journalism, ASCOM. We have speakers from that in an STS type of course in AI, and we build our students that to really have ethical backgrounds.
For me, I think within the industry, what we first teach juniors or fresh grads is really to put the human in the loop, right? We're building systems, we're changing how we interact with computers, but as tool builders, as AI tool builders specifically, we must never forget there are always humans in the loop in terms of the chain, the value chain, in terms of the systems that we're trying to build. So in user experience also, there are concepts and design philosophies with that, but never forget that there are always humans in the loop. So decisions in that system will be guided by humans. I think that's how we ground ourselves and empathize with the user. So there are a lot of right concepts on user experience and being human.
About to head into a quick 10-minute break or so, but before that, I'm gonna pass the time to our co-organizer from Philip to give a quick word, and she'll lead us. Quick word.
Quick word, then we'll let you go for a few minutes. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to AI Summit. There's so much energy in this room, and you know, we want to bring this same energy to our next big moment, the Thrive. It's a Thrive Gala and Awards. I think you saw the sign, the banner outside. So we do this yearly. It's our annual fundraiser for PhilDev. And this year is special for us because we're celebrating 50 years of impact. So we want, you know, everyone to be there, celebrate the service and impact that PhilDev has been doing over the last 50 years. We are here to support the next generation of trailblazers and change makers. So we invite you, buy your tickets, nominate an outstanding, you know, someone outstanding for the Thrive Gala and Awards. You may also sponsor. Some of you have companies who may be interested in associating with our event, so we invite you to sponsor as well and donate. Okay, no matter how you show up, how you know, intend to show up, it matters. It matters to the next generation of thinkers and builders. We actually have a raffle. We're giving off tickets to the gala. So we have sign-up sheets outside. You know, before you leave later, make sure that you sign up, and we will email you if you won 2 tickets to the gala. And so I'd like to turn you over to one of our trustees in PhilDev, Christina, and she will tell you more about Thrive Awards.
Thank you, Olivia. Hi, everyone. I'm Oriel, one of the board trustees here at PhilDev, and this year's awards chair for our Thrive Gala and Awards. So over the year, one of the things that we've done at PhilDev is honoring Filipinos and Filipino Americans who are making a difference in education, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And this year, in honor of our 15 years, we're opening up the nominations process for the awards to the public. So you can head to our website, phildev.org, and nominate in one of 4 categories. So we have innovation, education, entrepreneurship, and Spark Award, which honors a rising and emerging Filipino American or Filipino leader. So our nominations are open until June 30th, and we will be honoring the awardees at our event on September 27th. So we look forward to receiving your nominations and having you at our gala. Thank you.
Right. So yeah, take a break. We just would like to have everyone back in the room by 4 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes, please come back. We have more exciting panels for you.
No, it's, I don't have. All right. By the door. If there's anyone else just outside the door, please let them know we're coming in. Welcome to the afternoon sessions of the PH AI Summit. I just want to share a couple of reminders. So the room has a voice uplift. So even if you're in the back, we're gonna hear you. So we don't want to hear your TikTok videos or conversations with your partners or your candy wrapper crinkling. We will hear them here. If you're planning to go out of the door, please wait until the panel is over. So folks by the door, if you want to get out, hit the restroom, go now. Again, please wait for the panel to be over before you get out of the door because everyone hear the door bang. Right? Yeah. We have socials right after at 5:30. So there's gonna be food and drinks outside. I think we're gonna announce the raffle as well, so please do stay. And yeah, folks at the door, please come in. Hold in. And we're gonna get our panel started. So the next half an hour is gonna be a panel on unblocking growth, practical AI for Philippine firms. We're gonna be joined by three really great gentlemen here up on stage. First up is Gian Delarama, Chief Product and AI Officer of Sprout Solutions. Next up is Beato, co-founder and CEO of Anycase AI. And we're gonna be monitored by Paolo Malabuyo, the Director of UX Google. So over to you, gents.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am not the director of. Very interesting upgrade you gave me. So I'm here with two entrepreneurs. I think there was a question about entrepreneurship earlier, so that would be a good theme. I was reminded memory is crap. I think Joanna Maciejewski last year. I want AI to do my laundry and dishes, not for AI to do my art and writing so that I can do laundry and dishes. I like doing laundry and dishes, so setting that aside, I think that there's something in the quote that I think struck a chord with a lot of people where you can use AI to do the tedious work. Actually focus on the things that matter or the things that I enjoy. And one of the things that I was struck by the work that the two of you have done is, seems like thematically, you've found opportunities to find the hard, tedious work in the areas that you work on and close that gap so that you do the art and writing. So maybe we'll just start there since, Gian, we'll start with you. Tell us about your work as Chief AI Officer at Sprout, which I believe you also got because you were acquired, and why this is important in making businesses more efficient in the Philippines.
Sure. So yeah, maybe to understand how how my work has progressed with Sprout, it's good to understand my work before Sprout. So when I started a company called Aya in 2013, and when my co-founder and I started a company. Problem. Now, this is not the problem that we put in our pitch deck. It was literally our problem. We were two people in the company, and we had no software engineers aside from him and myself, right? And we were able to get a client. We were lucky enough to close a client even before we had the capability to sign a contract. So we had to come up with a company just to get an OR and get paid and so on and so forth. So one of the ideas I had at that time was, hey, can we build code to write code? Like, no, this is 2013. And for us, you say, hey, if we build something that can scaffold 60% of the code that we're writing, the code that neither of us wants to write, we'd be so happy because we can spend the other 40%, building what makes us special. Anyway, that's how the code that you mentioned, worked. So that became the impetus of what we were building now, we were actually very happy in solving the boring parts of the business. Right? So we use that same code writing platform to automate business processes in marketing, in sales, in HR. We built a platform that allowed users to describe a work, and the platform will automate that workflow. This was in 2015. Again, 7 years before ChatGPT. And again, the goal of that is to actually, automate in our heads the tasks that take so much time that it actually distracts from the core of the business. Lo and behold, it was something that resonated with a lot of companies in the Philippines. 10 years after we started the company, I'm lucky, as we were the first successful Filipino AI startup exit in the country when we sold Aya to Sprout Solutions. So, and I want to highlight that because it is, it's very hard to start a company, let alone an AI company. So when a Filipino somehow hits the lottery, right, in a technology that is not known, right, it's not really known for, it's a big thing. But yeah, when we moved to Sprout, my team and I, we created a team called Sprout AI Labs, or SAIL. So that's the other half of my job description. So SAIL, we now build agentic systems. That's the same thing. No, surprisingly, 12 years after I started my company, I'm still doing the same thing. Using a tool to automate the mundane, the tedious, the repetitive, yet important processes of companies. So in this case, it's for payroll and HR. The goal for Sprout right now is to automate the 40% of businesses in Southeast Asia who still compute payroll using Excel. So imagine how many millions of businesses there are, right, in Southeast Asia alone. And because you're doing it in Excel, because you're doing it manually, in the Philippines alone, for example, it's the process payroll. And 8% of annual payroll is actually lost due to miscalculations. So whether that's wrong calculations or just wrong encoding, again, these are what you think the tedious parts are, but they actually impact lives. Because if you don't pay a person on time and that person couldn't make tuition, right, you impacted the life of that person. So that's a vision. Yeah.
Great, thank you for that. So Beato, a lot of us may have heard that the legal system of the Philippines is quite difficult to deal with. Maybe that's an understatement. Maybe an understatement. I don't live in the Philippines anymore. I was born and raised there, but I do hear of the nightmares, and what little I deal with here, I really don't want to.
Right.
It sounds like that's an area that you've been in. So tell us a little bit about any case.
So at any case, our vision is to augment, not replace them, to address the justice gap in the Philippines. So in the Philippines, we've got a lot of problems, and the legal system is one. Like for one, we have only 80,000 lawyers for like a country of 115 million Filipinos. When you do the math, that's 1 lawyer is to 1,400 Filipinos, and if you compare that to the US, it's 1:250. So we're like 6x behind. And the problem is not all of those lawyers are actually practicing. So a lot of them just do it for the degree, or they go into in-house counsel, but they're offering their services to other people. And even if they could, there's a big problem that a lot of people can't actually afford lawyers' time. Like minimum wage in the Philippines is like 620 pesos and per day, and that is like for a lawyer to afford 1 hour of a lawyer's time, that's 1 week of wages. So it's 3,000 to 6,000 pesos for like 1 hour of a lawyer's time. So like, where do Filipinos go, right? In a World Justice Project survey, we found that 80% of Filipinos don't actually get the legal help they need. So what do? They actually ask tito or tita. They ask their friends or parents, "Oh, what should I do? Like I killed someone, right?" That's very dangerous to take unsolicited legal advice from people. You might end up in jail
doing that.
No. That's why in any case, we want to solve this justice gap problem by augmenting lawyers with AI. So, there's only a few lawyers. We don't want to replace them. We want to multiply like their ability. We want to build an Iron Man suit for lawyers, not like, okay, go away lawyer, like we'll put a robo lawyer there, right? So in any case, what we've started building is a legal intelligence platform. So we start with legal research and document drafting. And already our users are telling us that we help them get their work 75% done 75% faster, right? One thing we also do is we don't just care about, okay, you know, let's accelerate your workflow. That's it. We care about the quality of legal advice or assistance that we give them. So we spent a lot of engineering time ever since we started we officially launched 1 year and 3 months ago. We've always been evaluating our systems through this evaluation harness. So we use the 2024 Philippine Bar. We take 120 questions. We get the best suggested answers from a undisclosed but very good law school. We're still in talks with them to finish the research, right? And we do measure our performance against general purpose AI, like, well, I won't say it, right? We benchmark against general AI with web search, and we found that head to head, we're able to beat them 88% of the time. So we have higher quality answers. But it's not really the answer correctness that for me is super important. It's hallucination, right? So we measure that also with groundedness. So our metrics, we penalize heavily. If you even make up one claim or legal answer, you automatically get a 0. So what we found with general purpose AI, it tends to kind of say the right things, but a lot of them is ungrounded. Like 1 in 3 answers actually have at least one ungrounded claim. So for us, at least on the 2024 Philippine Bar, we're getting 0%. That's not to say we're hallucination free. That's impossible. So what we do is, you're very familiar with UX. We design the system so it's super easy for lawyers to check. Because we don't want people getting legal advice straight, right? We want you to still talk to a lawyer, have the lawyer check out the AI answer, and tell you, okay, this is quality advice, let's go with it. Or they might say, you know what, this is right, but I think it's better to settle out of court, right? So what we're moving towards, our big, audacious vision is to create this pipeline of like consumers coming into the platform, getting interviewed by an AI, and the AI asks clarifying questions, gives them knowledge about their rights, passing it to an agent that does legal research. And when it reaches the lawyer, it's 80% of the way done. So with 80K lawyers, we can serve 115 million people, right? And my belief is that if we do that, if we do most of the work with these models and the price keeps on going down, we'll be able to offer it at cheaper prices. So now you don't have to ask Tito or Tita. You can be like, okay, let's pay, 500 pesos, 1.5 for the lawyer, and then he can tell us if this is good advice or not, and we should proceed with that. So we have around 2,200 lawyers on the platform subscribing now. Since we started, around 8,000 people are still, as free users. And a lot of these lawyers who use us are actually solo practitioners or partners at small firms. They're like 50% of our users. These are the people who are super overwhelmed. They're like companies of one. Like the most common title I get when I do my user interviews are founding lawyer. So like, oh, cool. How many people do you have in your firm? 1. How many people cases do you have? 1, 2, 3, like that. And the best testimonial that we got that really resonated with me was this lawyer who went to strike out on her own, and she said, I've won my first case using AnyCase, and because of AnyCase, I now have 20 clients, and it feels like I have a whole team behind me. So I'm like, oh, that's awesome. That's what we want, right? We don't want to take away jobs. We want to like multiply, right? Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you both for the backgrounds. I guess I didn't even look at yours, but I think both of you were able to show a little bit more detail about what you were both talking about. So I'm curious, as successful entrepreneurs, maybe we'll start with you, Gian. Like, what got you going down this particular path? Why these problems?
That's a very good question. I guess, before starting Aya, I came from the corporate world. So I knew first, some of the drudgery that I had to get to just to do certain things. Not just the approvals, but all of the paperwork. I used to work in consumer goods tech. And I remember very vividly, because it involved showbiz personalities, is that one of the platforms that I was handling was for advertising approval advertising budget. And one of advertising line items is professional fees for actors and actresses to do this. So that system failed, right? So now they had a very, very well-known actress who was in the shoe to refuse to go out of the car until that actress got the money in her bank account. Because that was the contract. So we had to do it manually. So then I realized that just to get, it's a big amount of money, I won't tell which actress, but it was 10 million. That was to get out of the car. But it probably took me like 8 people. I had to talk to me and the finance person. We had to explain to 8 different people why we're asking for manual approval. It took us an entire day, and then the CFO had to write a check, right, for 10 million pesos, which we then had a driver bring to the driver of the actress, etc., etc. The shoot was delayed a day, obviously, but the commercial went on. It became actually one of the most watched commercials in the Philippines. Again, I won't tell who. But yeah, that's a very extreme example, And I was thinking the only reason why it happened in a day is because all of the, this was a high-profile thing. Everybody was involved. But what about, this marketing manager who needed 25,000 to do a research activity? That probably would take. We did a study. It took them 2.5 months to do that, right? So, okay, 2.5 months. From a corporate standpoint, maybe that's nothing because 2.5 months, sanay na tayo. We already know that sometimes it takes time. But in consumer goods, 2.5 months is the difference between launching a product or your competitor launching a competing product. Right? It's that point of view, again, from a corporate standpoint, that drove me to, figure out a way to speed things up. Plus personally, I hate lines. So if I could build something that made things faster, everybody's lives would be better. Businesses would operate faster, cheaper. Hopefully, they get most of the savings and reinvest it in people. So that's how I got into this entire thing, and that's still what's driving me. Right?
That's great. So in a way, Darth Vader was right. Give in to your hate. Regardless, of course. All kidding aside, so that drove you to go. You found something that wasn't working for different reasons, and go after that. Correct. Fantastic. You had to stay in the car for a day, though.
Obviously, when they told me, I thought it was not serious or they were joking. Apparently, it was true.
How about you?
Ooh, that's hard. Where do I even start? So, well, I want to shout out one of my first mentors ever is in this room, Terrence Bull. Thanks, man. Went from Silicon Valley to the Philippines, and back then when I was a student, I really wanted startups, but I didn't know where to go. I had to scour the internet to look for a company, and I found InSync, a startup there. And that was the start of my beautiful journey into non-traditional or non-corporate work. And it's there I actually met my co-founder, Gio, who actually the idea of Any Case came from a late night conversation with him. So we were housemates aside from co-workers in a little house in Katipunan, kind of like Silicon Valley, the show. As in kind of literally Silicon Valley, right? And we parted ways. I went to Thinking Machines to learn about AI. I was super AI is the New Electricity by Andrew Ng really resonated with me. And Gio went to PayMongo, which did payments in the Philippines. And then we kind of circled back and became housemates again later on. And every night we would talk about, okay, what can we build for the Philippines? We really wanted to start our own startup. So we actually tried a lot of crappy ideas that we built prototypes of out, and they didn't really hit. And then one night we were drinking with Gio's childhood friend, who's an up-and-coming lawyer. He became the youngest partner at his firm. And we found out, hey, I super love AI search. Ever since I got into embeddings, it's wow, you can teach computers how to read. Like, how the heck do you do that, right? So we just put one together, or 1+1+1 together, and then it was kind of like perfect founder market fit, co-founder market fit. We had someone who could build, that was me. Someone Geo, and then attorney Geo, another Geo, was a domain expert. So we combined those, and we were like, okay, we're in business. So we started sending the app out to lawyers and then asking them to Gcash us. I mean, just for validation. Our UI looked like you know, you would be like, like kindergarten stuff, but they were using it because they love the search, and like all the search engines were for law were kind of like 30 years old, 20 years old. I think like our competitors basically like a SQL database with like queries, right? So okay, you know, it was ripe for disruption, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, fantastic. So let me follow up on that. So maybe elaborate a little more. How did you know you had something? How did you know that of all the crappy ideas, that this one had something?
I'll be like super transparent, right? People paid for it. I think it's like the main thing, right? I mean, I think like what I got from it is like, start charging ASAP. They like it, then good. You know, you have something. It's kind of like when you have PMF, they say you feel it. You don't like, you can have all these metrics, whatever. But when you feel PMF, it's like, oh, I'm in love, right?
Yeah. What are you paying for it? Just at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Are they willing to pay for it?
That's it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. How about same question? How did you know that you had something?
Yeah, so actually our journey was more circuitous than getting paid. We did get paid a lot, but realized was that, you know, product market fit, especially in the technology and in the environment where we were building things. You know, we were building what became agentic AI 12 years before the term was, right? So we were super early. Right? We were building vibe coding applications in 2013. No, but it wasn't using natural language, right? So for my co-founder and I, you know, we thought it was just a good research project, right? It's cool itself, etc., etc. Right? And then when you know, when our first client said that, hey, you know, we want you to do this for us. Again, we were so happy because again, we never had a company. You know, the funny thing is that, and you know, I hope it gets better. It took about 3 months for the incorporation papers in the Philippines to be filed. So by the time the 3 months ended, we finished the project. So sakto lang, when I was able to open the bank, the week later came in. So yeah, we were so happy, right? So there was a check, but I had to line up in a bank, you know, get the check, handwrite an OR. Again, I hated lines, I hated numbers. So I was doing all of this again. And then we thought we had product market fit, right? We got paid. And it was doing well for like 2 years. And then the money started to slow down, right? So then we realized that, okay, was the market, did product market fit, or was the market changing? Right? So then we realized, hey, you know what? A big part of that was the time the younger millennials came into the workforce. So you know, one of the biggest use cases for our platform was really speeding up handwritten forms, like, you know, Google Forms in 2014 or 15, right? And surprise, surprise, millennials didn't want to fill out forms. Right? So we saw that drop, right? I almost closed the company down because of that. And then one of our engineers said, hey, you know what? You know, we're in text, you know, we're the text capital of the world. Millennials love to chat, right? So why can't we do what we were doing in chat, right? Pre-AI. So I remember having like a 2,000 long if-then statement. Like if they say this, like 2,000 line, else case, etc., etc. So you know, so we built that, right, and it worked. So that resurrected the business. Then we thought we again found product market fit because we saw a resurgence, and then 5 years after I started the company, that's when we really truly saw the fit. That was when I think it's safe to say at this point, no, that was in Fuse Lending, one of the loan companies of GCash, right? approached us and asked, hey, can you do a Facebook Messenger chatbot for lead generation for loans? So we built that. That was in 2016. We were so happy because we saw the technology evolving. We were already using transformers at that time. And then a few months later, someone here from the East Coast, sent an email, a cold email via our info at etc. Like, hey, can you help us with this project? And then I replied and said, yeah, and can you please tell me what your project is? And then the person said, yeah, by the way, I'm from Janssen Pharmaceuticals. I want you guys to build Jada, the Janssen digital assistant. And then we got into a call, my co-founder, myself, and then the team in the call were introduced. Hi, I am Dr. like this from Carnegie Mellon. Hi, I'm Dr. like this from Stanford. I'm Dr. like this from Harvard, etc. Hi, I'm Gian from Ateneo. I'm Aldrich from LaSalle. So basically, that's when we saw that, hey, we're in a virtual table with people that we knew their work. We knew of them, and they were listening to us somehow. Right? We actually built Jada, became the first, I would say, one of the first medical chat that reads from the prescription packets, right? Sorry, the prescription packets, the packets in the drugs, that long documents. I forgot what they call. There's a term there, and then answers questions about them in such a way that it was accurate enough that the FDA allowed them to trial it.
Oh, that's
right. So, and this was in 2017, pre-RAG, right? So that's what we knew, that we were building something magical, because other people that were like more experienced than us, who were like light years ahead of us, were actually listening to our ideas. And one thing led to another.
Fantastic. I now realize there's actually other people in this room. I just want to have a conversation with that. So, hi, nice to see you. We'll do questions from the group here. So, yes, over there.
Hi, I'm Crystal, and I'm a founder of a startup called C, which helps food compliance using AI. So I wanted to kind of understand, how did you approach like the tipping point for your customers in terms of understanding that they needed an AI solution versus just improving their manual processes? Because I think one insight I have is, especially in Asia, where it's a lot easier or maybe cheaper from a cost perspective to hire people, AI solutions or the top of mind solution for them. And then also kind of following on that, how did you really build the trust, like maybe for Beato, in such a very like high stakes industry such as law?
What was the tipping point of when? Actually, that I can't really say, because I think like just the incumbents or what people were using, they weren't really happy with. Like early on, a legal research professor from Ateneo reached out to me. We went to high school together, and he said, these things that I'm teaching my student are so far behind like what is the state of the art in the US, and these are not even AI tools, right? So I think there's just a gap in the tools that if you give people better tools, they'll always kind of appreciate it. And I guess the cost to switching for them was not that high because the tools were, at least our competitor was super expensive. And it's also very hard. I think the domain expert, our co-founder, was like played a very big role there, because he believed in the technology, believed that there were hallucinations in the start. We would get support messages. I would have to figure out, man, how do I fix this? That's one thing that's hard about RAG, by the way. Like, it's super easy to set up, but like, good luck really making it kind of hallucination free and super accurate. So it was, I guess I would say that trust was built through having like, and also listening to customers and making sure that to say, hey, we're really trying to fix this and we're doing our best, but for now, try this might work better.
What's the tipping point? So okay, not just for AI, maybe for tech in general. One of the key learnings that we had was that a lot of our customers, a lot of our corporate customers, there's this, I would say, segment, maybe that's from the 5 headcount to maybe 500 headcount, that they care more about the outcome than the tool that you use to generate the outcome. So for as long as you meet, their specific needs, they don't care if it's AI or tech or whatever, right? It's only when you cross a certain company size, especially companies with more governance, they're either regulated, et cetera, that other people come in and start doing, the tech, right? And that's a very important thing to realize, that tech is important, but it's not the end goal. The end goal is still helping the consumer or your customer. So if you know what the customer needs, the problem that you're solving, the way you solve that problem becomes secondary if you do solve their problem. Right? And that's the beauty of AI actually. Allows you to experiment with a lot of solutions so that you can actually get to solve that problem much faster. I think it's a plus then that when ChatGPT was released in, I think it's 2022, late in 2022, that AI became front and center. It's now more mainstream, so people actually care, right? They talk about AI, etc., etc. And then the cost factor. We had the saying a while back that how do you sell to a country where the cost of labor is cheaper than the cost of software, right? That might have been true 12 years ago when we started my company. In Sprout, we're seeing that's not the case. The cost of software is actually going up. The cost of AI has dropped significantly. I think in the order like 10x over the past 12 months, for example. So it's a lot cheaper to deliver the service. And it's full circle. So when we started with AI, we started with discriminative AI. Transformers, we build our own models. Then we went to probabilistic, generative AI. And now we're coming back because we realized that for some use cases, you don't actually need an LLM. Right? You get one of the models that we built in 2018 actually somehow became useful again when we started building routers for chatbots. Because intent generation or intent determination, it's a lot cheaper to do that than using an LLM to do your intent determination. So obviously, it's our model; it's free, right? So we basically just have to host it. So we don't have to pay whoever we need to pay. So I guess for as long as you solve the problem, the tools that you use to solve the problem is actually not as important as solving the problem itself.
Thank you for that. Next question. Yes.
Real quick.
Last question.
Understand your market is the Philippines, and your Philippines. Do you plan to expand your market, maybe target the United States, and maybe partner with the professionals here, with the professionals in your staff?
It's a very good question, and I have a kind of controversial answer because it kind of goes against what the speakers have been talking about. I want to solve the problems in the Philippines first, and I think tuning AI models for the Philippines, right? Very specific jurisdictions of law. And I will explore the expansion after we conquer the Philippine market. And this is one of the reasons actually to go on a tangent, right? That we didn't raise from VCs. We're actually angel funded. Thank you so much to Stephanie, CEO of Thinking Machines, alumni of Stanford, for giving us our angel check. But yeah, as you saw my slide, I want to solve the Philippines problems first. And then let's see, when we're big and we're big ship, okay, expand. That's the right strategy, very open to learning. I'm a new founder. If anyone wants to teach me, please.
Actually agree with Beato. So, but I'll use the example of payroll, right? So we joke a lot in Sprout that if you solve payroll in the Philippines, you'll solve payroll for any country. And you guys laugh, but it's true, right? There's 32 different permutations of overtime in the Philippines. In the US, you don't have overtime, right? In the Philippines, there's overtime with night differential. There's overtime if you're working at night in a special holiday. There's overtime when you're working at night in a special holiday that's non-working, right? And there's a special non-working holiday, which up until now, I still don't understand what that means, right? So, but all of these little things actually affect payroll, right? And now that Philippines is an outsourcing destination, every from every country that operates in the Philippines has their own interpretation of what payroll is. So if we solve for that, we actually can solve for payroll everywhere. But that being said, yeah, we started in the Philippines. We acquired a company in Thailand last year. So we're now operating in 2 markets. We're planning to acquire more countries in Southeast Asia as well. More companies in countries in Southeast Asia as well. Again, already, we're confident enough that we've solved the Philippine payroll. Now it's time to do it in Thailand, maybe in Malaysia, and so on and so forth. Patrick, our founder, which is by the way, he's an American. So this is actually, Sprout is a good example of US and Philippines. So collaboration. So there's actually 3 founders each in the company. So that's Patrick and Alex are co-founders. So Patrick is American. Alex's wife is Filipino, but she's a Filipino American. I'm Filipino. The other CEO, Robert of Gain Plus, is Australian. So imagine if you have 3 CEOs in the company, even though we're no longer CEOs by name, right? From different nationalities, and executive meetings are very interesting, and it actually helps us a lot. It's that's why I believe we're growing and succeeding in the market.
All right, I think you're hanging out after this for a little bit, right? So if you've got questions for our speakers, please come see them. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks.
Right, up next,
Yep.
let's talk healthcare. So I'm not sure if some of you know this, but lack private medical insurance. And so our next panel now will talk about the role of AI in accessible healthcare and just really how to extend affordable services to millions. So very excited about this. We're joined by Dana Redenia, who is the engineering lead at Hive Health, which is a YC-backed startup that's a full stack HMO. She's joined by Crisel Peñamante, who is a physician researcher from Harvard Medical School, focused on digital mental health. And our moderator is Dr. Jeremy Vergara, clinical RN director at UCSF Weill Institute of Neurology and the chair for professional development at Philippine Nurses Association of Northern California. So excited for this panel. Let's get into it.
Thank you so much, Jordana. So good afternoon, everyone. Healthcare. I know I'm pretty sure all of you are something that we do. One thing that we have to deal with once in our life, or like more than once. The biggest issue really with healthcare has always been access of care. However, because of AI advent, there's so much opportunities that we can address. Healthcare is still very much complex with all the pharmaceuticals, technology and research that's happening. That's why this afternoon we're very excited to talk more about this, and we have Dana as well as Crisel here, who's going to be discussing some of the things that they're doing with AI. Dana, a question. So tell us a little bit more about your work with Hive, your Hive company.
Yeah, perfect. So I work as a technologist there. I am the engineering lead for Hive Health. So Hive Health, as you've heard, is a full stack HMO backed by YC 2021. And the timings there, that's a pandemic. Me also driven by what we've seen with my community from the pandemic, trying to actually find ways to address the problem head on. And for Hive Health, we're really dealing with a problem where over 50% of healthcare costs are paid out of pocket. And there's a saying in the Philippines that a person is one healthcare shock away from poverty. It really leads 1.5 million Filipinos going into poverty year over year because of the lack of healthcare insurance. So at Hive Health, we offer, as a private company, to underwrite our own strategy and address typically underserved market for the Philippines, which are small to medium businesses. So small to medium businesses, typically you have like a handful of employees, which traditional not really incentivized to cover. So what we do is we offer our healthcare plans to them, starting with 3 employees, and this has led to a lot of previously privately uninsured employees to be covered. And at the same time, what we're trying to do with Hive Health also is to try to find ways on how technology can help with the fragmented and decentralized healthcare. So at the stage of healthcare systems in the Philippines, we are doing ways to digitize, but it's still quite lacking. So currently our definition of digitization is someone will handwrite a paper, someone will encode that, so it's digitized, right? And when another step in the service will need that digitized information, they will print it out and then hand it over, and then someone will encode it again. So we're trying to find ways on how we can address them. So with Hive Health, we provide healthcare plans for SMEs, and me with my team, we're building ways on how we can take the opportunity of AI and language. It's really good at language right now, and our problems are language. So we're getting ways on collaborate with our approvals team, our medical director, and see what part of the process do they actually want to automate. So what we did is we built an adjudication engine, just rolled out this year. We tried to find the cases that we can help our approvals team automate and give so much background for them to actually help them review the claims process from hours, maybe even half a day to just seconds. And in building this, we were able to show them transparently on what are the things that they should be looking out for. Similarly to what Beato did to the lawyers. So it's traceable, they can see and verify what the engine actually come up with. And they can verify themselves, they can override the engine as easily. So there are guards in the process. And what we offer in Hive Health is we've seen how and healthcare professionals have collaborated and have trusted each other so that we can build a process where we can use AI responsibly and find ways where we can co-design with each other so that it can eventually help with the health outcomes in the future.
Well, thank you. We all know that health is, whenever we deal with health, it's big data. I don't even know how much information I have in my history because since you were a kid, we're information. I don't even know if that information is still available for me. So that's a good work. Priscilla, we all know that Philippines is, when it comes to Instagram and stuff, they're very well known. I think I heard it earlier when I was like opening my Instagram. Over the last 3 weeks, all I'm seeing is like AI. I said like, okay, that's improving. However, when it comes to mental health, there needs to be done. Tell us a little bit about your work and research at Harvard University.
Yeah, so I'm here to share insights from the Global Mental Health Research Project that I did at Harvard Medical School, where I spearheaded a project, mainly first evaluating a comprehensive evaluation of the Philippine mental health care system, and second part in 3 lenses: the policy side, the population side, and the provider sides, as well as how people age 18 to 24 years old uses digital spaces to fill the gaps in the mental health care system. And we found out that in mental health care access in the Philippines, it is shaped by 5 key challenges, or what I call the 5 Ps here. So people, particularly 18 to 24 years old, this is not by chance. We specifically chose this age group because they are the most risk for mental health illness. At the same time, this is the most users of social media in the Philippines. In fact, this age group, they often, what we call their cell phones, it's their social pacifiers. One finding in our study, these young people, they use social media as least 4 hours a day and as much as 15 hours a day every day. So, going back, and the same time, so there's high incidence of mental health concerns. In fact, 1 in 3 young people has mental health issues, but only 1 in 10 has access to mental health care. Second, providers. We have severely limited mental health care workforce in the Philippines. We only have 0.5 psychiatrists. We only have 0.1 per 100,000 psychologists. Third is pocket. As Dana mentioned, the cost of care in the Philippines is mainly out of pocket, increasing burden of finances to the patient. Fourth is the place. As we all know, that the Philippines is an archipelago. So geographically and systematically, it is fragmented, hindering consistent access to care. And lastly, people. Despite mental health promotion, especially during the pandemic, there is still high increase of societal stigma in the Philippines, which discourages help-seeking behavior. But despite these challenges, an interesting finding is that young people, they don't wait for the healthcare system to catch up. They themselves, they turn to social spaces, especially social media, for support. And now, increasingly, they turn AI technology such as ChatGPT as their pseudo-therapists and other large language models. So our work proposed several solutions. Number 1, we would like to increase social media promotions for mental health, just to increase the support and information for care available to them. And lastly, we would like to scale up digital mental health literacy tools so that we can empower our service users, which are our young people. But ultimately, the intersection of AI and healthcare delivery, it offers an interesting and exciting opportunity for us to reimagine access, both for the users and the providers. But again, it should be done responsibly, inclusively, and in collaboration with all the communities involved, especially young people, from research to implementation of projects in terms of using digital solutions in aiding and not replacing healthcare.
Aiding but not replacing healthcare. That's a very good point. Just curious, I'm just gonna ask you about this question. I know you started as GYN, right? And then you went into mental health, and just curious, why motivated to go to that domain? And the same question for you.
So I have an undergrad in psychology and I have a master's in clinical psychology before I did my med school. And at that time, there's high stigma on mental health. But I couldn't imagine when I was already teaching both in undergrad and med school, students often go to social media for support and not our traditional healthcare system. Mainly not because they distrust the healthcare providers, but because of the negative experiences that they've had or people that they know of. And that saddens me. They rather trust the computer or large language models than talk to people who are professionals in handling cases like that. And also made me think of the risk involved. We all know there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation on social media. Impacts of large language models, specifically in handling sensitive cases such as mental health. So that inspired me, hopefully to save lives and to make mental health care not just accessible to young people, but equitable as well.
Yeah, for me, I've been working at a startup ever since of my career. So same path as Beato, startup lady. I thought I would work at the biggest companies. I'll probably find myself here in Silicon Valley. But then when the pandemic happened, I think it really shifted my mindset on I have all these tools with me. I have pioneered the data team from the first startup that I worked with, which is in e-commerce. But I was questioning myself, is this is this how I want to be a part of the system and the solution of the Philippines? And I was able to like digitally transform how people think as a data scientist in my first job. If I can do that and maybe dedicate the next decade of my career, I made a bet to myself to dedicate the next decade of my career, now hopefully throughout my life, for social sector, and truly find ways on how I can take this technology and be able to actually solve the outcomes that we would need in the social space and social justice. So in the future, I would like to really see how I can be better as a technologist, being able to really understand deeply a space that I don't fully understand, for example, healthcare, and listen to the people around me, the experts and the domain experts in the field, respect them and co-design with them so that we can really build something that is built to last. It's not fragile. It's not a house of cards. So that is what excites me in the field. And I'm really excited by hard, complex questions, and this is it.
Amazing. We all know, again, as I mentioned earlier, the complexity involved in healthcare is so great. However, I feel like healthcare is moving a little bit slow in terms of AI because of healthcare. Because when you're healthcare, we're healthcare. We don't do all this stuff. Although we have informatics in healthcare, there's also some apprehensions and hesitations because of this is technology. Is it gonna replace me as a nurse or a doctor or anything like that? So any tips that you can give healthcare professionals who wants to go into our AI build up?
I think it's just openness, especially for those who are in the medical field, physician, nurses. We are very afraid of change, especially when using new computers, new technologies. We feel like burden that we have to learn something new and we have to route our brain on a new system and stuff like that. But I think just be open and about the possibilities. Although your concerns and of the risk, especially in AI and large judgment models are real and valid. But I think that's just let's not focus on AI replacing us, but focus more of AR partnering with us to not just increasing access to care, but helping other patients, helping more people, and without decreasing quality of care.
Thank you.
As a technologist, other engineers or maybe people who would like to be builders in the social sector to really get good in building trust. So trust is one of the blockers why there is a slow adoption of technology in the social sector. Not because it's just nothing or they're just it's just cultural, but they've seen it before. They've seen how so many have been disenfranchised. And I would like to say that actually in doing this technology responsibly, we already have so much decades of work to back us, so much of the frameworks. So I was also an Analytics for a Better World fellow, global fellowship that I had before, where we were trained how to ground technology responsibly. And there they shared the framework. So there's called Principles of Digital Design. It's a 9-principle outcome, and one of them designing, which is at the heart of it, which I have also heard from the other fellows and speakers here. Like you start with the person, understand what they're trying to do, their day-to-day, get them into the code designing the technology, and also trying to build this at much protection and regulation and guardrails as much as possible, and really keeping that human in the loop for the future. So really building that trust may slow right now for Hive. We're not at the pace of the other founders here, but we believe that taking our time and setting the fundamentals right will lead to an exponential pace in the future.
Great, thank you. I'm opening this up to the audience. I know there's a couple of healthcare professionals who are here. I'm actually surprised to see many of my friends from Stanford are here too, so just want to acknowledge. Any questions? Yes.
Hello, we're from Stanford Healthcare, and my question is, were you ever in a position when you have to balance innovation into considering the ethical practices regarding patient care?
Well, to me, that's day to day.
And how did you manage that?
Yes, yes. So being able to manage that is really getting more people on board. So as an engineer, early in my career, I was very interested in technology. So always learning new technology, what's out there. But at the middle of it, I also leaned into getting good at communicating and really bridging that gap and asking the right questions to the people that we're trying to serve, so that we'll be able to actually, sometimes you get confused on where do we start, where rails should be put. But what I found in my experience is it actually comes already from the people that you're designing this for. So it's really me getting that it's kind of like a product skill set, and trying to really understand their day-to-day, their challenges, and also being able to consult consult the professionals, the security and data governance people, and be able to learn from them in designing what we're trying to do.
Dana and Crystal.
For me, I'm a researcher, so we just have to get approval from ethics and just make sure that we don't violate any. So yeah.
And it's like, you know, in healthcare, we cannot just like all the information really happens, so we really have to safeguard it. I'll take one last question. Any?
Take two.
Take two. Take two. Okay.
Hi, I'm Erica. I'm a policy fellow here at Stanford conducting research in AI for policy. My question is, we know that policy isn't catching up with the pace of innovation. That's clear here in the US, and it's also clear in the Philippines. And there are barriers and unintended consequences for adoption and accessibility because of that. So Magic Wand, if you had a policy that you want to implement for accessibility and adoption, what would that be?
For me, one of our recommendation is in policy, including digital mental health literacy programs. Let's start it with the undergrad colleges. So there's already a course in the Philippines called Understanding the Self. It replaced general psychology for those who went to college in the Philippines. And we propose to have like a module on digital self, really teaching how young people how to guard themselves from the risk on social media and AI use, and how they can use those digital technology to help them in if they have any inquiries on healthcare access.
Yeah, to me, I would love a health data governance framework for the Philippines. They already rolled this out in for Europe already. So the WHO rolled out a study defining the pillars what a health data governance strategy and policy should have in 2022. And then they rolled out a health data governance framework already. And hopefully that push will also lead to a localized version in the Philippines, given already what we're having in our system. So I would love that.
Thank you. We normally usually have that challenge in the hospital. Sometimes we lose our electricity, so we're we have to improvise. So that's why we can actually talk in the dark too. Last question.
From the Zoom.
Yes.
From Carlos Perez, is the mental health care practice in the Philippines different enough from American practices that existing LLM systems may not be applicable without customization?
It's an interesting question. I think one major difference between the US and the Philippine healthcare system is that there are a lot of coverage in terms of insurance coverage on mental health on mental health. Unlike in the Philippines, they're only started with PhilHealth at least. I know with psychiatric medications, and I know from Hive we have included 3 free psychological service therapies included. So I think the main difference for US Philippines is the coverage in terms of insurance. But in the Philippines, it's mostly out of pocket. We're very limited that we have free mental health care services.
And I'm not an expert, but I do know that in the Philippines we have so many certifications. Like we have a psychologist, guidance counselor, we have psychometrician, which each role and certification provide their own knowledge base, and it cannot really cross. We have psychiatry also, by the way, so it can't really cross. So being able to really understand those roles deeply and build technology around it responsibly, that you can't just communicate something that is outside the scope of work that you are certified to do.
Thank you, Dana and Crisel. We're really excited to be here just to talk about healthcare, and we do hope in the future there's going to be more. We need AI help build systems in AI. So appreciate you for sharing today. Thank you.
All right, up to our next panel. Our next panel is on bridging learning poverty. This time, let's talk a little bit about the role of AI in really boosting the outcomes of like K-12 education in the Philippines. Such a huge topic, and also so important as we think about the role of AI in growing and educating our next generation of humans, right? Okay, so in our panel today, we are joined by Alan Tan, founder of Predictive Systems, and JP Madulid, the deputy CEO of SIMF and co-founder of Planner. And today we are going to be moderated here by Beryl Chavez Lee, the co-founder of YGG. Oh, it's different when the lights are on.
Thank you, Jana. So today, I'm quite in this panel, moderating this panel with both JP and Alan, who are actually finding solutions for the educational gap. So just to give you guys like a little bit of statistics and an overview of education in the Philippines, 9 out of 10 10-year-olds in the Philippines could not read and could not comprehend the story. And according to 2022 PISA assessment report, by the age of 15, 15-year-olds would actually score 6th lowest in the world for mathematics and also in reading, 3rd lowest in the world for sciences. So with these statistics, the World Bank actually predicts that it would actually slash earning capabilities by $800 to $1,300 in the future. So these numbers are quite alarming. However, we're actually here today, both JP and Alan, who are building lesson planner and Better Ed to actually fill in the gaps of education. So perhaps we could start with you first, Alan. Tell us a little bit more about your journey. How did you actually found Better Ed? I know that you've been working on various startups in the past, like Idea.
Yes. Well, yeah, so my journey started 20 years ago. I've been there for more than 2 decades. Started a company called IdeaTech 2007. When there are lots of Filipinos flying away from the country, I decided to stay, be the hero, primarily because, sorry, no, it's just primarily because I felt like, it's not gonna help if there's a brain drain at the time. I decided to stay, be an entrepreneur, and bring the project back to the country instead of moving the resource away. We project here, get the projects outside and develop it in the country. So it was really I should say more of a sacrifice for me. I could have just moved somewhere else, but I thought it would make a more impact if we stay. The countries need more entrepreneurs. We need to develop the talents. The talents are there. We just need projects. So that inspired me to start a software company. We do that from 2 to more than 100 developers. In 2017, we were by a Japanese firm and then IPO'd in the Japan stock market in 2022. So now I am on my second startup, focusing again para sa bayan, for the country, focusing more on AI for education. So primarily what we are addressing is actually related to generative AI. I think generative AI will transform education. It will change the way education is being delivered. One thing I noticed is that a lot of students would submit assignments by copying and pasting from ChatGPT and get high grades. And yeah, that would even make things worse for us. So I thought, we can actually use generative AI also to address that. So what happens now is that with Better Ed, when students submit their assignment, they would copy and paste still, but then they talk to an AI. The AI will converse with them, like, how did you come up with this answer, right? Why did you? So now the students will be able to expound, develop their critical thinking, and they'll be forced to actually read what ChatGPT and answer, verify it, disprove it or whatever they like, before they actually submit those assignments. So we're piloting now with 2 schools in the Philippine Science and LaSalle Green Hills, and hopefully we have a grant coming from the Department of Science and Technology to be able to that we can actually distribute for free for the rest of the country.
Thank you, Alan. How about you, JP? Why did you decide to actually build Lesson Planner? What impact has your product been to date?
Okay, so Lesson Planner started as a challenge at SIM. So we had a challenge way back 2023, so 2 years ago. We decided to build 30 apps in 30 days. So vibe coding wasn't really a thing back then in the Philippines. We call it the AI 30 by 30 challenge. So at first, only a few apps were getting built every few days. We really had to code and build the apps, launch it. But then some of our engineers built an AI app that can build AI apps without the need to code. So we were able to build 400 apps at the end of the month. And after a couple of weeks more, we were able to build 1,000. So we opened that to the public, and then the people started making their own AI apps, whether it's for movie recommendations, whether it's for choosing what to eat, travel suggestions, things like that. Lesson Planner is one of those apps that gained traction. So we decided to work on it. So in the Philippines, teachers are required to prepare lesson plans. So it takes them, they make up to 10 lesson plans per week, sometimes even more. And each lesson plan may take up to 3 to 4 hours to prepare. So the teachers have to do this for all their classes, for all the subjects that they teach every week for the rest of the school year. So on top of class preparations, they still have to do the actual teaching. And they also have administrative tasks, grades, facilitating school activities. So you can really see that there's a heavy load on our teachers, and it is a common knowledge in the Philippines that teachers are overburdened. That's why we built Lesson Planner PH to use AI to basically lessen the load and save time and give the time back to the hands of our Filipino teachers. So, okay, that's it. Wait, I think there's more. So Sheila mentioned that Filipinos really love Facebook or Meta, so they use that a lot. So it blew up basically when the DepEd teachers public school teachers started sharing about Lesson Planner PH. And on TikTok, there are teacher content creators who made content about Lesson Planner PH, and we actually had like millions of views on those content. And then we started receiving thank you messages from teachers. It really did help them. it was still the version 1. It was just like very simple na features. So we decided to talk to more teachers. So step away from our computers. So we talked to hundreds of teachers. We sent out surveys. We did a lot of calls. We went where the teachers are. So we attended their activities, Teachers Day. We ate with them. We danced with them. Basically, we're seeing ourselves in the world of these teachers that we're trying to help. So that's how we got more feedback, and then they asked for more features. That's why it started out as just one feature, the lesson plan, and now we have some tests, activities. We're helping them prepare PowerPoint presentations, daily lesson logs, and more. So as much as we would like to take credit in this solution, I think this is a collaboration between us and the teachers who do care. So teachers who care enough about what we're trying to do, that they would spend time, like time that they don't have, so they could help us improve the tool that we have built. Now we have partnered with the Department of Education, so now there are people really helping us improve this, so that we can further align our content to the department standards, the K-12 curriculum. We also applied for the DICT Startup Grant Fund, and we were given ₱1 million to continue to help improve this. Right now, the goal is to continue. We have 500,000 teachers in our platform. We have made more than 3 million lesson plans and learning materials, and we're to bring this to the hands of every Filipino teacher. That's the goal.
This is incredible. Yeah, and I really like what you said that it was it was organic growth where your teachers actually started sharing it in social media and the people starting to thank you. I think it's the best way to really like scale a product organically. So both of you have really, really fascinating backgrounds, right? And I think my question for both of you would be, what is your motivation behind this? Why did you, there's so many problems to solve, perhaps various industries to get into. Why education?
I guess as you mentioned earlier, there's a big problem in education. We are at the bottom 5, 6 in PISA. And who else would help our fellow countrymen other than ourselves? We're the ones who understand our problems. There's an opportunity for generative AI to address this. We're the tech people. So might give it a try or die trying. Maybe starve.
I really like your nationalistic point.
I think that's a hard question. That's why. I think this is really a very good venue for us to, recall, facts, right? What can we actually do to help the country? And when I came here, that's when I started to realize, all the sacrifices we've been doing. Not only not for our own purpose, but it's really to help, the country. Fellow men, everything we do is not only for ourselves, but for the people around us, the society around us. When you compare what I've seen here against, back in Manila, we're so left behind. But should I just move here? And help you. So it's really, understanding our problem, solving our own problems with our own talents and skills.
I like that motivation. Yeah. And how about you, JP? What's your motivation?
Yeah, I have been pondering this question for the past 2 years. So I worked on finance, fintech for years. Myself, how I ended up in the education space. So I make money for us and our clients, and now I'm here. I think it has a lot to do with my upbringing, so I blame my mom. So I was born and raised in this province in the Philippines called Northern Samar. I'm not sure if you Because when I tell people I'm from Samar, they're like, oh, you're from Leyte. So really like that. So Northern Samar is one of the poorest provinces in the Philippines. So it's common there to have either farmers, teachers, or police officers in your family. True enough, we have all of them in our family. So my lolo and my uncle were farmers, police officer, but most are teachers. So my aunts and are teachers, my cousins are teachers, my mom and my brother are both teachers. So my dad died when I was 2 years old. So it was just me and my mom and my brother. So my mom is basically a teacher and a single mom, and my lolo helped take. So my lolo is a rice farmer. So he goes to the fields and then tends to his carabaos and then takes care of me and my brother when while my mom's away and my mom was away. Trying to. So my mom is like always late sa mga parents teachers meeting. She teaches at the next town pa, and then she has to come and then to get my grades, and I was only the last one left sa class. And then there's always like I grew up with this like piles of paperwork. My mom has to bring back home. So she on the weekends she checks like papers, reviews the student na mga projects, exams. When there's enrollment, then that's a completely different story. So there's a lot of things that she does all the time. And there was one time my mom was not able to join graduation. She was running late because she was teaching, and the schedule didn't really much. So
That's why he's helping.
I used to criticize my mom a lot when I was a kid. That she didn't really take care of us well. But now looking back,
You understand what?
yeah, after a few years looking back, I think she did well as a single mom. So I was fortunate enough to study in UP, take computer science, and now I'm in tech. So like serving the people, helping them with. So I think she did great. I think I'm okay.
Great, yeah, now you're in education.
I think to answer your question. Lesson planner PH, of course, to help our Filipino teachers, to help the students.
Reduce the time. So teachers will have more time to spend with their kids.
Exactly. That's additional beneficiaries, like the little children, the family of the teachers, like waiting for them back home, who's sharing this burden with the teachers. So yun. And then the goal of lesson planner is basically to improve the quality of education in our country by empowering Filipino educators one lesson plan at a time.
I'm sure your family would be very proud.
Shout out, mom, if you're watching.
So let's move on and actually talk about the challenges within the space, right? And I know that we've been looking into like costs. For example, subscription costs are one of the barriers. Potentially, we actually have 1,000 islands, 7,000 islands across the Philippines with connectivity with problem. So this question is for you, Alan. What other barriers do you actually see?
Well, so I think education is undergoing a huge transformation. Traditional way of teaching will probably be changed because of generative AI. So we're looking into areas like adaptive pedagogy, where students will be able to learn based on their personal learning styles, and this has been been about for a long time ago, like from Ken Robinson, we had talked like this classroom should be, at a different pace depending on how students learn, their own learning styles. What are they good in hearing or vision or reading? And some are good at math, some are good at biology. But then we put them all inside one classroom, undergoing the same phase. And that is probably more possible now with generative AI, because now the AI can actually be personalized into each student. Then the question is, how is this going to transform? I also don't know the answer, but I think there's an opportunity here. A lot of the teachers, the educators are digging a lot of research, doing a lot of research on this type of learning.
Like personalized products.
Yes, and also like how will the AI be able to pick up and understand? You're more of a vision person. You like to watch more movies and learn from movies, or more personalized experience, right? Going out and learn how physics works by actually through proper experiments. So different personalities, different people, different learners will have different ways, and whether really the AI can learn from this, or how does the role of the teacher also changes, right? So I'm sure it's probably being done here, where teachers are more of facilitators of knowledge transfer, not really dumping the knowledge on the students, which is being done in Philippines. Like would spend out teaching, right? The entire class, and then hoping everybody listens, when in fact it should be the learners sharing their own knowledge, watching YouTube, reading materials, and then sharing all these experiences by themselves. Teachers will be mostly facilitating the transfer of knowledge, and then giving them the right direction. So where this goes, I don't know, but I think it's going to change.
This is very interesting because I think that people have different ways of learning. Some people are actually good at reading. They actually learn more through seeing visually or experiencing things. And I think personalized products would be quite interesting to actually see. Okay, so I believe that there are actually potential founders that really want to build educational products in the audience, particularly for students and for teachers. So my question for both of you would be, what would be your advice?
I think my advice is do it for a cause, do it for impact. Because as you mentioned, cost is an issue. There's really not, if we're talking in the Philippine setting, there's not a lot of money in the education. So like I size up the entire market, the entire TAM in Philippines is about $120 million, which is minuscule. So you really have to do it for a purpose, for making impact into the lives of the students. That should be your primary goal. Of course, you'll make money. You'll be able to survive with that, and with potentially bringing the solution to a global market. But the primary purpose of you doing that is really to help. That's why teachers are our heroes, right? I mean, they're not teaching because they want to make money. We're not building EdTech solution because we want to make money. You want to impact the lives of the learners, give them better future. And just as how teachers, your mom, right? And that's also our purpose for building EdTech solutions.
Advice you'd like to give founders?
I think my answer is very similar. Basically, work on things you deeply care about. We are brought here today by people who care. The organizers, the dev, our partners, and the sponsors, and all the audience here today. We carved out time to be here, but because I think we all care. If you're gonna build something, it's gonna take time. It's gonna be really difficult. There are times that you might want to quit. It has to be something worth pursuing. So I believe that whether you want to make a ton of money or just you want to change the world, I think the first step is really looking for something that you really deeply care about.
That's passion.
Yes.
Okay, so before I actually hand the questions to the audience, I would like to ask you, what would be your ask from the audience? How can this audience help you?
Right now, one of the challenges is trying to roll out lesson planner PH with the speed of rolling out this to the hands of all the Filipino teachers. And until now, the burden of using the tool, paying for it, is really being shouldered by the teachers. So I think we all know in the Philippines, there's a big learning gap. There's a big gap in our education system. And I truly believe that with the power of AI, we can really close very rapidly. But as a collective group of people, as a country, if we fumble this up, the chance to use AI to really solve that problem, I think that gap is gonna widen exponentially. The neighboring countries are really doing great. I think if we don't do well on this one, I think we will get left behind. So I think we really have to come together, the government, the policymakers, if you know companies who is working already in the education space, who has CSR, if you know schools who might want to adopt this. I think that would really accelerate the push for AI in education.
Yeah, so my goal is to bring this product into the global market, not only the Philippines. So we're looking for partners, whoever's interested to actually explore the solution. I came from Finland 2 weeks ago, learned about the educational system, and hopefully in the US. In the longer term, I'm hoping this could be a global product. So if there's anyone interested, curious about how to bring this in the US or other parts of the world, please approach me after this conference.
I believe we have socials after, so if you actually see both JP and Alan, feel free to approach them. They need contacts and yeah, a lot of contacts. All right, so I think we only have like time for 2 questions. So questions from the audience, yes?
I just graduated high school. I'm the class of 25, and my class was known for using ChatGPT. And my high school was debating giving it a diploma at our graduation. So the main problem that was identified by teachers wasn't the plagiarism, but rather that students were using AI for short-term learning, right? We just look up an answer and then put it into our assignment and submit it and call it good, right? And then we would end up failing like the final at the very end, right? So then what do you think is the next development for AI to ensure that students aren't short-term learning? And how should AI be used so that it doesn't promote that? So it doesn't promote that.
Thank you, that just verifies my theory. Admire you for your courage admitting, because in Philippines, students don't, right? It's a high grade, but actually just anyway, that's exactly what we are trying to address, right? When you submit assignments, you submit exams, you then have an AI where you'll be able, that will converse with you, will ask follow-up questions, like, why did you answer this? And the other thing is that when you verbalize your answer, you get a longer retention, and then you also get to think critically. So you can also ask questions about how to apply a certain real world situation. Then it started to ask you, questions, may let you think more critically about the topics. The other thing that we're also addressing here is, as said by Sir Paulo earlier, we wanted to automate things that people hate doing, right? Teachers love to teach, let them teach. They do not want to check test paper, take care of the assessment.
So if we have a little bit of time, like later, you could actually show the app. It's quite interactive, and it actually lets you really think through and converse with the AI. So perhaps you can show that. JP?
I think you answered
Dialing in from Singapore. The best learning practice I experience here is their program of lifelong learning for adult education. The Philippines, in the context of AI literacy, the adults are being left behind. How can private sector help educate not just the student, but also the adult and senior citizen when it comes to AI literacy?
So I'll give it to
Okay.
So our scope is K to 12 education, but I'll try to answer the line. So what I learned from working with DepEd teachers, they have this a very long list of requirements for each lesson that we have to take. So there is there are key items there, which is like a higher order level thinking skills, and there's also application, which is basically for lifelong learning. So teachers will have to include that in the lessons plans. So you don't really just teach physics for physics purposes, like how can that help person apply that in society and learn. So they call it learning within and across the curriculum, things like that. That's what I've learned, which is what we're currently doing now. But in terms of lifelong learning, and like if you've graduated already, I think StratPoint is doing really well. They are training people. They're helping them learn. So whether you're a student or you graduated already, they're helping train them to become people who can contribute in the society.
More of like upskilling.
That's correct. So yeah, it's a hard question, but I'd like to take on 2 points. One is that I think if you talk of seniors, right? Learning, we don't have that perspective a lot in the Philippines. So seniors will always instruct us what to do rather than them learning. Maybe the best they can learn is use of Facebook. Which is a bit different in the US, right? Because I think there's a free education in your above 60. So we don't have that program, which emphasizes the point that problems in the first world are very different from problems in third world countries. We prioritize in teaching the younger kids, which will be the future, right? The elderlies, they can probably just guide us. Probably we do not think anymore how they can be lifelong learning. They can just guide the younger people. And then whatever we have left, we put our effort into teaching the younger kids, those who are already in the workforce, which might be a different. That's why he's from Singapore, so it's probably a different context also. So because of the limited resources, we cannot teach everyone. On the second point on lifelong learning, I think lifelong learning should start from the teachers. Unfortunately, not all teachers also practice lifelong learning. I teach algebra every year, and this is algebra. 10 years from now, this is still algebra. So they are not becoming role models of lifelong learning. Now, to be role model, you have to be a role model. That's a main role of the teachers. So the teachers will have to practice lifelong learning so that the students, right from the get-go, while they're young, they see, oh, my teacher is now not only teaching algebra, he knows so many other stuff. He's now doing AI and other stuff. Then they become role models, and then you instill that practice into the younger generation.
Yeah. Since we're talking about like seniors, right? I just wanted to add a little bit of add here. So I think like for seniors, they need to be a little bit patient. This reminds me of my father. Like he doesn't know how to switch on and off the video for Viber, and no matter how much I teach him, he just wouldn't listen. So yeah. No, but thank you. This has been a really fantastic panel.
All right, that was a really fun panel with JP, Alan, and Beryl. And that's pre-alcohol. We're gonna have socials later, so you'll see them. We'd love to move to the last fireside chat of the day. It's gonna be with Ray Benetal, and he's gonna be talking about Access Moonshot for circularity. Let me say a few words introducing Ray. Ray, as mentioned, leads Access Moonshot for Circularity, or also known as Google X. It's an ambitious project aiming to transform global waste into valuable resources, starting with plastics. And we know that's a very big problem globally. Ray has a very diverse technical and entrepreneurial background. He's co-founded and scaled materials science companies focused on novel bio-based and chemically recyclable polymers. The World Economic Forums recognized Ray as a young global leader. He's also an advisor and mentor in numerous sustainable materials startups, and an industry advisor to the Department of Energy Advanced Biofuels and Bioproducts Development Unit at Berkeley National Labs. And he was a Google for Startups Accelerator mentor as well. So welcome, Ray.
Thank you.
By Dr. Chris Levi. I was going to do a PhilDev Foundation Board here. Chris is a distinguished environmental engineer and leader in sustainable infrastructure. And he currently serves as the Sustainability Officer at the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or LA Metro. And he served there since 2003.
Yep.
Under his leadership, the LA Metro has implemented over 150 sustainability initiatives, ensuring that $140 billion in capital projects that are slated through the 2028 Olympics, I believe, are climate adapted, are resilient, and serve more than 10 million LA County residents. So stuff. He holds a degree in geology, civil engineering, and environmental science, including a PhD from UCLA. And recognized globally, Chris is a distinguished member of the American Society of Civil Engineers and is also a recipient of, I was like, I got some drum roll there. I was like, I'm ready. And is also a recipient of the Pamana ng Filipino Presidential Award.
Yeah, thank you.
So great to have you both here.
Yeah, thanks.
I just want to start. Thank you so much for having us here. You know, I've seen Ray around because of the Banatal family, and you know, we never really talk. But when we prepared for kind of like this session here, we're like, oh shit, you know, we actually are passionate about environment and sustainability. And you know, I want to focus this afternoon not only on that, but especially, you know, at X. So, and thanks Jordana for the generous introduction for both Ray and I. You know, proud to be Filipino today, and more on that in a bit. So, let's start with the big picture. You know, so what is your work in X, and you know, just kind of give the audience a little bit more about what it's all about.
Sure. First of all, thanks Chris, and then Oliver and Jordana and Chinky for having me. It's always fun. Who has anyone actually heard of Google X or the Moonshot Factory? Okay. I mean, I'm glad at least those hands popped up. We've historically been a very secretive organization. We're trying to change that. So the fact that a few people raise their hands, it means our Marcoms is doing a good job the last few years. So yeah, we're kind of the accelerator for new projects to come out of Google or Alphabet, which is the parent company. So we're technically a sister company to Google. We used to go by Google X.
Yeah.
Then for a while we called ourselves X until Elon Musk kind of
took over.
He kind of messed that branding up. So we're going back to X, the Moonshot Factory.
Okay.
And our job is to invent and launch moonshot projects that will make the world a radically better place. So embedded in that mission statement is we are both trying to build, you know, organizations and companies that will be sustainable, both in the because of organizations or companies. So they have to be sustainable that way, but we also at the same time have to solve the world's biggest problems.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a lot, right? There's
Yeah.
like that could mean a lot of things.
We'll explore more about that.
Yeah.
So I think we have 2 hours.
We just bring the beer here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was started over 15 years ago when the founders of Google wanted to start working on things outside of the Google time. If you've heard of Waymo, the self-driving car, hopefully, or who's taken a Waymo? That was the first moonshot project to come out of X, right? Larry and Sergey wanted to work on that, and I think, you know, the last few years has shown really the amount of time it takes to tackle these audacious ideas. And over the last 15 years, like one thing is constant is we've constantly been changing.
Yeah.
And the world's been changing. Look at the makeup of our portfolio companies today that are coming out of X. Over half of them are solving climate challenges, because that is one of the biggest challenges we as humanity face today. So it's a unique place. You know, we're trying to follow in the footsteps of places like Bell Labs, Xerox PARC, And, but we have a lot of meaning behind the projects that we do in trying to help out humanity and the planet.
That's great. And along those lines, like plastics, you know, I was sharing with Ray, just in case you guys are interested, sharing with Ray when we were preparing for this chat that National Academies had put out of Science here in the United States had put out a document or a report that I was part of. It was plastics and infrastructure, and in that sense, Philippines is a big plastics problem. Here in the United States, why plastics?
Yeah, plastics is really interesting. I mean, my origin story for plastics actually roots back to me rebelling against my dad, who wanted me to be an electrical engineer.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I'm gonna do my own thing. At first, I wanted to be an artist.
Okay.
But eventually, I
Nothing wrong with that.
I came to my senses and got into chemistry,
Hmm.
and that was my entree into kind of the world of plastics. I did my postdoc kind of combining a bunch of different disciplines, biology, chemistry, and computer science, designing materials.
Yeah.
And so I've spent most of my academic career thinking about how to design molecules for different reasons and applications. But it was on that journey, and I'll fast forward through a bunch of entrepreneurial experience, started a few companies in the space of polymers and designing new polymers, but to be better, right, from many different angles, from both performance and from impact on human health and the environment. And there's a whole experience around that. But it was on that journey in my second company that I realized there was an even bigger challenge that I could tackle.
Mhm.
And that's where this is around like, early 2000 teens. The image of the turtle with the straw in its image for the world.
Yeah.
I think it affected a lot of organizations, even nonprofits, to then look at that problem.
Yeah.
And there's a really well-known paper that, again, highly influential, aside from your guys' paper, that talked about the sources of ocean plastics.
Mhm.
And what was highlighted in there was that at the time, about 60% or more plastics were coming out of 6 places in the world.
Yeah.
And the Philippines was highlighted as one of them. And I thought, we have to do something about this,
Yeah.
being Filipino and not wanting that to be the legacy.
Yeah.
So that was my first initial draw to that. But then as I started to pull on those threads, I really learned how complicated that problem really is.
Yeah, and it's amazing because from that epiphany, right? Of like a dream, and the realization that it's a big problem, and the Philippines has something to do with that on a big scale. Just wondering, like, how are you thinking with your work in X to operationalize, these ideas, and making sure that, especially on the chemistry, on the material side of it, you don't end up with pollution to begin with. So forth. So I'm just curious, and like, how are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, you could think in circles trying to figure out where to start and where this is all going. And at X, we look at these problems as really truly system problems.
Mhm.
So what's a system problem? System problem is where you have multiple parts of the value chain all playing a role in that. And so if you think about plastic, right? First of all, plastics is a man-made invention. We consume it and we demand it, actually. And actually, you see the economy around this now, where developing countries rely on plastics to help modernize and keep up with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
It's actually an essential material. The infrastructure that's used to create plastics came from that industrialization of oil.
Mhm.
Converting oil into, oil does a lot of things aside from just creating fuel and plastics. It's in pretty much every single thing that we we use and consume today. The infrastructure to do that comes from taking oil and using chemistry to break down those molecules and then reassemble them back into the different things, whether they be chemicals, drugs, food, fuel, or plastics. Humanity, we spent a lot of time engineering that. It's really hard to move against that. There's so much momentum heading in that space. So when I think about how do we tackle plastic as a waste, right? Okay, it's an important material, we know that. But we've just not been good at what to do with it at the end of life, right? We've made it so cheap and so accessible that, and we haven't accounted for the cost of managing it, that by the time it becomes waste, we've trivialized what it means to deal with it. That's why waste is pervasive, right? At X, we think about things different and these system problems different. We have to reimagine what it could look like if you had a different scenario. What if you could price in the cost of that waste and turn it back into value? So the easiest concept is like, what if you could take trash and turn it into treasure? And if you could do that, through things like recycling and also reuse and reduction, but if you could actually do that, could you build an economy on top of what today is currently not even valued, the waste? So we're really trying to think about the dynamic, capitalist-driven economy around materials and how to pull that all back in. Now, there's a whole lot of detail and technology involved in that: chemistry, AI, hardware, sensors, and the entire system. This is a system problem. How do you work with the entire value chain to do that? And because we come from Alphabet and Google, data and AI are always central and core to how we implement, how we start to play with ideas and start to figure out where should we start to build solutions in these system problems. So there's probably a lot more that could be said.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I mean, you touched a little bit about AI, and we've been talking about AI for the whole afternoon, pretty much, in different applications. And just curious on a couple of things. One is the scaling of the work that you're doing at X, scaling towards a bigger dynamic, in the particular work that I was referring to earlier with national academies, having the scaling towards infrastructure, investing in big, beautiful things. And then the other one is the intersectionality of Filipino in bigger and better things for a bigger solution for the world. I just want to hear more about what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, I have a very specific view of how the Philippines could play a role in this. While we have kind of the side effects of waste like Smoky Mountain and knowing that there's a certain infrastructure or way of dealing with waste there. Also, the Philippines is an archipelago and it's a very diverse part of the world. You have to think different about how you manage resources. So, before the Philippines, experienced colonialization, right? The people know how to live with the land, right? They know how to manage resources. They know how to live off the land, right? So the indigenous view, and this is not just limited to the Philippines, but indigenous cultures, there's a lot of value that they could bring to the world with the knowledge and the history that they have in terms of how to live with the land and use the resources more wisely. So I think that point of view needs to be heard and needs to get out there. We need to capture that history. Maybe there's a role for AI to pull that out of history and share that and provide new ways of thinking how to manage resources in the world. Being an archipelago, also, there's a lot of lessons. If the Philippines can figure out how to manage resources efficiently there, right, and not have to net import resources, we're rich in critical minerals. How we actually sell a lot of critical minerals to other countries who are profiting off of that to keep up with the rest of the world to meet electrification demand, more batteries, more compute, more. Right? What's the role in the Philippines there that if we could manage our resources better, That's a systems problem also. It's gonna take government, it's gonna take industry to work together to develop the policies. We probably could provide more data and more knowledge that, again, AI could build off of to design better systems so that places like the Philippines can actually manage those resources and help the people and profit off of the resources that they have and keep those resources within, right? So if the Philippines can figure stuff like that out, it could be an example for the rest of the world, both either for greenfield infrastructure, or maybe this lessons back to the Western world about how to build infrastructure better and manage resources better. I mean, the US is talking about being more resource independent now. You know, the Philippines could also demonstrate to the rest of the world how to do that. But you need the system to work together, right? You need government and you need industry to all partner.
Along those lines, you know, when we were preparing for the summit here, we pitched this idea of could Philippine government officials be part of this conversation. And you know, I know Conjan Ferrer was here earlier. I know that at least in Los Angeles, you know, our consulates there, you know, Chinky had you know, met up with New York Consul General. You know, how do you think Philippines should now play a role in what you're doing at X? Or is there a role for that?
No, there totally is. I mean, we have like at X, we have all kinds of different projects. I'll maybe cite one of them as a good example. It just spun out of X recently. It's called Project Tara. It's free space optical communication. So it's like laser point-to-point communication, right? You can think about where that's going to be valuable in parts of the world where you can't lay fiber down. Actually, this is a project Otto wanted to do for the Philippines maybe over a decade ago. It didn't work out, but
it's the time.
Gave it a try. Yeah, no. So X has a project like that now. You know, the government controls and the Philippines at least, large corporations control infrastructure. And so how could, if you really wanted to bring internet connectivity to the rest of the islands, how could you do that? You know, the trickiness with how land is managed, and ownership of land, and you know, getting contracts. How are contracts managed? Right? And how can the government provide a level playing ground between big corporates and startups who want to kind of also compete in that space? So they all play a role, and I think, you know, generally, at least my experience, often needs the help of industry and academia to get educated around the problem, so that then they can best figure out what the right policies are. So it's going to be a partnership, and I think the best thing we can do is being like in our domains and being experts in our domains is to work with those who can influence policy and make sure we can bring the right type of information to them and help them understand both the impacts or another, right? And again, foundational to all of this is having the right information and data at your hands. So I think that's how we can help.
Lightning round, and then we'll go to the audience. You know, any one lesson that you would like to have innovators know of in terms of your work?
Well, first of all, let me just say, I've kind of background of Phil Dev for a long time and helped out with some of these workshops like going back 15 years ago. And it's really cool to see the next generation of entrepreneurs up here on the stage telling their origin stories and sharing to the next generation of entrepreneurs, whether they just graduated high school or are in college right now or just starting. I mean, that's full circle. And I think Otto would be really proud. I know Maria is. So
we are.
Yeah. So Phil Dev, keep doing what you're doing. It's super impactful. I think the previous panels and entrepreneurs already said it. Like, you know, what is your motivation? Why are you doing this? one of our principles at X is to fall in love with the problem. I truly believe that because I experienced that myself going into this world of sustainability and materials. Like you're not doing this because you think you're gonna get rich quick. You're doing this because you really have fallen in love with the problem. So whether your domain is healthcare or education, you know, you're solving this because you have your origin story about why. Don't lose sight of that. Because that's what's gonna keep you going in those moments where you wonder where your next paycheck or how you're gonna make payroll. In those lowest of lows, don't forget that. And then secondly, define your level of success. You know, we're talking about AI here. There's a lot of talk about LLMs, and that is all the rage right now. Don't look at AI as a get rich quick scheme, right? Think about how to leverage AI to solve real problems in the world. Those are the types of things that we do at X. Of course, there's going to be development. It's also a domain in and of itself, wanting to take technology to the next level. I think, you know, again, to speak about my dad, Dado, if I think about his whole career, like he just wanted to make semiconductors better. Like that was his whole motive. He wasn't thinking Silicon Valley is going to be this thing and that's how I'm going to be wealthy one day. He just fell in love with making computing and semiconductors better. In every domain, from PCs all the way through phone and GPS and beyond, right? So whatever your domain is, fall in love with that problem and make sure that is your motivation.
And I share that with you. When you have a passion, you either don't get rich quick or you work for government, you know, like me. That in a second. One final note, and then we'll open it up to the audience. You know, you kind of answered this already. This is a parting word. You know, you already talked about the next generation of innovators. You talked about 15 years of being in the background of PhilDev. You got emotional a little bit, you know, just reminiscing, you know, what your dad and your mom has done, you know, not only for, you know, this region, but for the computing industry, you know, your dad is a rock star, everybody wants to have a picture with him. And I've seen that, by the way, you know, in the gala I was chair of last year. Dad is a rock star, no doubt. What's one hope you want to carry, you know, for the next generation of Filipino innovators? And how do you want them to play in the global landscape?
That's a big question.
There's no right or wrong answer.
Yeah, there's a lot of.
Or you can work for government like me.
We're all connected. It's all a system. Man. My hope for everyone. I mean, I think in the spirit of PhilDev and in the spirit of Dado and Maria, like I think about what's your way of giving back? Now, of course, to get to a point that you can give back, you have to take care of yourself first, right? Put oxygen mask on first. So do that. But when you get to a point when you can give back, think about giving back. I mean, this is something our family has always, through my parents' example, we've learned. And then in the communities that we work in and care a lot about, including PhilDev, that is a theme that we always try to make sure happens. And again, just to go back to what I said earlier, it's really rewarding to watch these new entrepreneurs come up and share their time with us here and share their lessons, because that's your way of giving back right now. But continue to do that. Think about long term. So my hope is that you give back, right? Find a way to continue this legacy, uplift our communities. The Filipino is global, right? We're talking about US Philippines. We are all over the world. We are the ones working in the trenches. We're the ones getting that domain expertise. Right? That domain expertise is gold when you start talking about things like AI. That relevance, knowing how to apply a problem, is what's going to differentiate your solution. You know, AI is AI, but like it won't make a difference until you figure out how to apply it. So just realize that we are a global community. We are the ones in the trenches, and you know, keep that in mind when you start to think about how to solve those problems. You have value there.
Definitely. So Yeah, you know myself, So, so we open up the floor to, for maybe 1 or 2 questions, Oliver, or no questions?
Yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, please.
Thank you for your hard work on sustainability. Just a curiosity, with your expertise in the many AI here, have you ever thought of bringing it back to the Philippines and change healthcare system in the Philippines into much greener healthcare?
Yeah, I mean, green, I guess greener in what aspect?
You mentioned a while ago, we use plastics everywhere, right? I'll just give a good example. Sunbird Healthcare is one of the one of the greener hospitals in the Northern California right now. We were awarded top 25 of the green practice, right? So going back to the Philippines, we know that there's a lot of plastics not recycled in the hospital. Have you ever thought of teaming up with one of the biggest hospitals in the Philippines or many of hospitals in the Philippines and convert those into something that you could use instead of throwing it in landfill and ending up with the turtles in the ocean, right?
No, it's a great area. You'll be glad to know that we are actually working, and you'll also be glad to know that this is a new area. So, Philippines is not behind in any manner in dealing with this. Like globally, healthcare, medical waste, and plastics is a big issue. The biggest companies here, even in the US and North America, don't have it figured out. So we are talking about that. I think a role that the Philippines can play is to be a leader and to showcase an opportunity. And this is what we just talked about. Like, how could government and the largest healthcare institutions work together with technology companies like us to demonstrate pilots? And if we can be successful there, you can ship that model around the world, right, and be a leader. So it's totally possible. It's a good idea and it should be done.
Yeah, please.
Ray and I talked about this earlier. I was talking with Ilya, who founded OpenAI in 2018. Back then, I asked him about my favorite algorithm, GANs, or style transfer. So that's now the basis of generative AI. Back then he said, it's a thing, but it's not our thing. So he didn't know. And I know Sam Altman from about 10 years ago, they really didn't know with OpenAI what it would be. I guess the question for me when I think about Filipino Americans and Filipinos is, what is our unfair advantage that we don't know, that we can use to kind of strengthen our community and be that thing that's actually really contrarian? That's our actual strength.
I still don't have a good answer. I've been thinking about that since you first asked me. But there's a lot of strengths that we have, right? And I can't name them all, but I mean, I'll go in a different direction. Our community is so creative, right? Especially in the arts. That is one of our strengths. Like, I'm one of those weird mutant Filipinos that cannot sing, but probably 90% of you in this room can sing. But like, and I don't know if my friends in the audience are here, there's a lot of folks working, including you, working on incorporating a point of view that the arts should be part of science and technology and the whole STEAM concept. So how can we leverage that more?
Yeah.
I mean, I think, design is the first place to start, right? How do users use technology and interact with it? Creativity and designing these interfaces is an obvious place to start, but let's go further, right? How can we incorporate the rest of the arts into our thinking about how to help the Filipinos stand out and contribute value to how technology could be used and be impactful? Sorry, I don't have, that's like the closest I could get for now, but let's keep thinking about it. No, let's keep thinking about it, right?
But just on that note, if you can't sleep at night, go to the National Climate Assessment website. So I was privileged enough to author one of the chapters there. And to Ray's point, President Biden the White House Office of Innovation had actually thought about this. So on the national level here in the United States, that's an excellent example of how the arts, how the written word, how the visual arts can get incorporated into this very esoteric thing about national climate assessment, you know. And we did that through the power of youth and youth leadership. So something to think about as, you know, and the question how AI can be incorporated in a lot of these different things. So I guess there's another. Oh,
I have one from
Regina, yeah.
As someone interested in entrepreneurship, I'm curious about how to find mentors, especially mentors that understand the experience of being Filipino. What advice do you have for finding the right mentors in the startup world?
That's an awesome question. I wanted to talk about that as you asked. I mean, it's definitely one of the reasons PhilDev is here, and the programming that PhilDev has is to help do that. There's a plug, I'll put a plug in for the FGN mentorship program, the Filipino Googlers Network. That's one way. You can even just Google it and you'll find ways to do that. So that's just one example, but I mean, there's plenty of informal ways. I would just continue to advocate for young people in here who are like first-time founders or again, just graduated from high school or at that stage, like just get out of your shell and like have these conversations at forums like this. Don't be shy, like, you know, you just have to introduce yourself and you know, most people like myself and those who were on the stage earlier, we know that journey and we have a lot of empathy for you as entrepreneurs. And typically we want to help, right? Even if it's just a 15-minute conversation, hopefully we want to lessen your pain that we've gone through. I've watched my dad do it and I'm doing it and others are doing it. So I think you just have to reach out and ask for help. Don't be shy.
All right.
One more there.
One final question. Two more questions. Hindi na? Two more, okay. One here and then your last.
A quick comment, Ray.
Okay.
Circle moment in 2010, I attended my first PhilDev event when Pinoy came on board and Paco said, come home and help the Philippines. And I did go home to the Philippines in 2012.
Right.
Yeah. Organized Geeks on the Beach. We have a nonprofit there to help young entrepreneurs. So Geeks on the Beach is our 8th year. This year, thanks to Jojo Flores, the late Christina Laskowski, and Paco introduced me to a whole bunch of people in Manila. And Augie spoke at our second event. So PhilDev, Maria, and Dado, thank you so much. This is a full circle moment and we're mentoring people in the Philippines as well.
Hopefully you trademark that. And then one last final question in the back.
My name is Nico, and sort of like thinking thing where like how Tagalog hasn't had like words that are like advanced enough for like so many of like the new like science and technology things that like have come up in the past like 30 to 50 years, and I think that's I think it like stunted like the growth of like innovation around there. So for me, I think it's not necessarily like a systemic problem, but more of like a linguistics issue. And I think like there are other like countries in the world that like has done like some sort of like standardization in terms of like the words that have been like been invented, I guess. I'm not sure if you guys like have like a comment on that or like anything that's like what can AI do? Can we like generate more Tagalog words and ChatGPT and like institutionalize that so that like generations and generations of Filipinos can grow up and use those kind of words. Well, there are like children that there's like there's a word for ontology that's not borrowed in the English language. I don't know, English, you guys have any thoughts?
That's an interesting question. This is Ray's panel. Ray's. Don't mind, I'm just the host. Answer the question, if you don't mind. Yeah. That's actually a very common problem, you know, it's not only in Tagalog, but you know, I work with translation of the work that I do, Ray does in sustainability. In, you know, sustainability has different meanings and different words in in different languages, you know, in South America and Central America. And so just being very conscious about having not the literal translation, but the contextual translation of that word is very important, you know, and I think that's critical, you know, as we move towards, you know, having generated products, you know, having computers cannot generate at least the first generation of things that we need to think about to put those words in the context. In my mind, AI does not mean anything, as with any infrastructure, without the human being actually processing what he's thinking. And that's the most critical thing, you know, and I do respect the comment earlier from high schoolers. The human is more powerful than AI. And without that human mind processing what's coming out and putting that in the context of why that output is coming out, that output is absolutely nothing. It means nothing at all. But so I guess with that, Ray, you know, thank you so much for being here, and you know, you're amazing. It's amazing. I can't thank you guys enough for all the opportunity. Yeah. So I guess with that, I'm supposed to give the closing remarks. I've been sitting there in the corner. I remember when I was in elementary school, I used to sit in the Philippines, you know, on the very back corner of the room. There used to be 40 of us. We would sit in the very back corner of the room, in the last row, in the last chair, and that's where I was this morning or this afternoon, and just listening to all of you. You know, I'm an immigrant. I moved here, you know, when I was a teenager, went back to the Philippines, and there's a lot of things that I've seen in both worlds, you know, not only here in the United States, which I looked up to, you know, but also in the work that I've done in my organization. I just want to let you know, I'm here on my own time. The reference earlier about LA Metro is just for reference, you know, and I'm not here as part of the organization for today, but I just want to mention that. I just want to start, you know, and I'll make this very short because I think there's a social waiting for us outside. Part of the Bakya crowd, you know, I watch TV Patrol. I watch that pretty much every day, you know. I'm very proud to tell you all that, you know, my wife and I had decided to become dual citizens back in 2016. And there's a lot that means there's a lot to that, and being a dual citizen and going back to the country and being the scholar ng bayan. And there's a bunch of UP graduates here today. And, you know, back in March or April, you know, I was invited to attend an event where some prominent Philippine officials from the Philippine Senate, congressional delegation, and from the presidential office. And one of the senators, I just won't mention the name for a number of different purposes, said something like, you know, when you left the Philippines, you might have a vision of what it was. And I left the Philippines back in 1987. But because of my wife and the family of my wife, we've since gone back every year until my mother-in-law passed away, you know, last year. But the senator pretty much said, you know, your vision of the Philippines has changed, should change. Kasi magagaling na kami. We are now good in the Philippines. And what the forum today and what has done through Oliver and Pierre, has done, and Jordana, is to showcase what the Filipino can actually do. So this summit is not just a summit, it's a culmination of a week-long journey. It shows that we're a hardworking people. It shows that we're resilient people. It shows that in the face of adversity, and we've seen that, we've had emotional moments in here. Seen Ray, we've seen JP, seen everybody, including myself. I'm getting emotional right now. Please, pag naiyak ako, please, just bear with me. In the face of adversity, we still smile, And that's the Filipino brand, right? That's the Filipino brand. In fact, a lot of my colleagues think I have something wrong in my brain because even though I'm faced with adversity at work, stress, whatever, I'm still smiling, We're smiling. That's the brand of the Filipino. That's what this week says. That the Filipino is not only someone who can do, but the Filipino actually can lead. The Filipino can actually lead. So what we saw this week was just not academic, it was applied, it was actionable, it was deeply necessary. And from that, we need to think about how to operationalize these outcomes, right? That means turning prototypes into pilots, pilots into policy. So that's a challenge for me as a government policymaker. And most of all, making sure, and this is what some of the conversations were earlier, making sure that the digital divide is actually bridged. Making sure that those who need it most, yung mga pinakamahihirap na mga tao sa Pilipinas, the poorest people in the Philippines, yung mga tao na walang access sa AI, those who don't have access to AI, can actually have their dreams realized as well. Bridging that digital divide is non-negotiable. And for those who are online, I do that as a challenge for you as well. It's non-negotiable. We need to think about that. And it's time every barangay, every school, every Filipino should benefit from what we're doing. I remember meeting a government official, I'm an FOB. I told you about my immigrant background. Fresh off the boat, for those who know. And it's in Maryland back in the 80s. And I asked, are you Filipino? I was so excited, are you Filipino? And he said, no, I'm a former Filipino. This was in 1989. My very first job in the United States. Excited to see a Filipino making a difference in the federal government. And I am a former Filipino. That stuck with me, it stuck with me. And because for a long time, success meant leaving our identity behind. We proved today, this week, at this moment, those days are over. Those days are freaking over. Today, being Filipino isn't something we escape. It's something we lead with. It's our superpower. And wherever we go, as Ray pointed out, we're in every single country in this planet. You go to Mongolia, there's a Filipino. Seriously. I know one person, a geologist, who was in Mongolia. It's our superpower, right? And where we go, we bring not just the skill. We have the bayanihan, we have the passion, we have the resilience, and we have the ingenuity. And that, ladies and gentlemen, here in the auditorium and online, is the value add of the Filipino. That's the brand of the Filipino. When we create something, we bring in the whole culture with it. We bring in the resilience of the Filipino people. We bring in, the ways that we think about our kapwa, the bayanihan. Bring everything in it, being Filipino. And doing that and using that as a brand for AI, and anything we create coming out of that, that makes a difference. And this is the brand that I want to share with you. This is the brand that I want to leave you with. Not only should you be proud of being Filipino, but being Filipino not to dominate the world, but we're known as being nurses and lawyers and engineers, but as leaders of products. When someone says, oh, the chipset was invented by a Filipino, there's compassion in it. There's community in it. There's equity brought into that. Bring that as a people. So Filipino as a brand, I offer to you. Filipino as a brand should not just be looked at as a group of people living in 7,100 islands, but as leaders that are changing the world in the most compassionate, in the most equitable, in the most inclusive way. And we heard that from Sheila this morning, from Ray, this work in X, in my own journey, that you heard earlier. And so here's my challenge, before Chinky pulls me out of here. Here's my challenge. If you're a founder, many of us are here, launch with empathy. Build with purpose. Launch with empathy, build with purpose. If you're in government like myself, clear the runway for bold, inclusive innovation. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I was talking in Harvard one time, and one of the professors asked me, Dr. Laban, what makes you click? What makes your policy work? And I said, sir, I'm not afraid to get fired tomorrow for doing the right thing. If I do, I can sleep that evening for doing the right thing. And if you're part of the Filipino diaspora, lead with identity, Lead with identity. Nothing wrong with, my example earlier from the government scientist that I met when I was a FOB. But lead with your identity, bring solutions home. And when I say home, last fall, we said PhilDev is now going to focus on the Filipino. We respect what our founder, Dado, has done on bringing back everything to the Philippines, but we're everywhere. We're home, wherever you are in the world, bring it home. Let nation building not just be the Philippines. Let's do that. Let's respect that. Let's do it. But if you're in New Jersey, if you're in New York, if you're here in California, if you're in Texas, if you're in Belgium, if you're in South America, if you're in Egypt, if you're in Dubai, in Mongolia, and you're Filipino, let that Filipino-ness shine for nation building in your adopted country. That's what PhilDev's all about in the next few years. And finally, if you're an educator, help our young people see themselves as builders, not just users of AI. Progress does not need permission. Progress does not leave anyone behind. It does not need permission. It needs people like us make a difference. So let's dream together. What if a student in the Finland learns to read? You know, very compelling statistics. 9 out of 10 10th graders can't even read or write properly. What if a tool from Quezon City empowers clinics in California or Cape Town? And I invite you, please, as you go out of this, as you drink cocktails and eat the hors d'oeuvres, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Filipino non-adult beverages. I invite you, think about this. Filipino brand is not just in food. Filipino brand is not just being a nurse or an engineer or a doctor. Filipino brand is not just karaoke. Filipino brand means bringing our totality of culture, the totality of who we are as a people. The totality of who we are as a people in the products that we build. So with that, I just wanted to thank Olivia, Chinky, De Jesus, Julia, Regina, Christina.
He's not here anymore, but I suppose Phil Condon.
For his team, for the Stanford US Asia Institute, Asia Management Center, Dr. Richard Dasher. Thank you so much. You know, this has been an emotional thing for me. I wrote a whole speech, but I'm just going to show you. I mean, pretty much the whole thing is crossed out, and so that's spoken from the heart. Hopefully, that's good, and thank you again for having us.
Are we gonna announce the raffle winners? All right, folks, stick around for the socials. We want to thank our sponsor, Shang Properties in Sanzo. Make sure you stick around for the socials because we're going to be announcing the winners of the raffle. And before we go, should we take, it's not going to be a Filipino event unless we take a selfie. So come on, let's go get to the center. And we'll take one big, massive one. All right, guys. Get to the middle. Endorser ng chat.